And do you want to say a few words? And welcome, County Manager and Alton.
Yes, thank you, Justine. I want to start by actually introducing you all to the county leadership team, and beginning with the county manager, who actually leads all services for Fulton County, all the value-add services that we have for the county. This includes libraries, health and human services, public safety, justice. Mr. Anderson is just a tremendous leader for the organization. And I will add that for all of those services, technology runs through each one of those verticals. And Mr. Anderson has just been an absolute wonder leading this organization, and particularly with being able to give back and serve the community of over 1 million residents of Fulton County. So I want to introduce to you Mr. Dick Anderson.
Well, thank you, Glenn. Glenn, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. Well, good morning. I'm looking forward to this. But in addition to that, I just want to say thank you to all the participants. It is hugely meaningful to us to have such talented folks like you join us, even if for a period of time, and that you're interested in public service. I think is just a double benefit. Most of my career was in the private sector, but I can say the most meaningful aspect of this, and maybe somewhat speaking, I'm sure in sync with what Alton Adams would say, both of us, having joined Fulton County in kind of recent years, have just had tremendous experiences. And those experiences are in serving the public, but then also solving what are business problems and using technology in many cases to do so. So again, I hope this has been a good experience. I hope it's inspiring. I can tell you that we have benefited hugely from your efforts, and Glenn keeps us apprised and shares with us many of the contributions that you make and some of the many important initiatives that you work on that I'm sure we couldn't do otherwise. So again, my primary message this morning is to thank you, and then subsequently in life, wherever it may lead you, think of how you can serve the public, whether again it's in a job with a corporation and you're volunteering for something, or if it's making public service in government one of your full-time pursuits, because there's plenty to do and plenty of ways to exercise the talents that you have. So Glenn, thanks for letting me be a part of this morning.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. I just will echo, what Mr. Anderson said is, public service is a unique opportunity for many. Mr. Anderson comes out of the private sector. So does Alton Adams, which you'll hear from in a minute, myself included. And in all of our careers, I think we share a common thought that our most meaningful experiences have been in public service, and to use technology in a way that really truly gives back to people, I think is just a unique opportunity. Sometimes I jest and I call it being a social technologist, if there's such a career, because it really is truly giving back to society and using your technology skills in a way to do that. That is quite different from the private sector. With us also this morning is my direct boss, is Alton Adams, who serves as the Chief Operating Officer for the county. And Mr. Adams has an array of responsibilities that go across the justice community, as well as IT and county infrastructure. Mr. Adams has taken some time from his long-deserved vacation to really come and join us today. Mr. Adams, we have over 55 people joining this call. Our program continues to grow. I want to introduce to you Mr. Alton Adams, Chief Operating Officer for Fulton County.
Well, thank you, Glenn, and good morning, everyone. And Dick, thank you as well. I'll date myself a little bit. Well, let me step back. First of all, I'm a big fan of technology and data and analytics, and I've had the privilege of working with Glenn in my current role since January of this year. but I'm going to date myself, right? I built my first database on a laptop back in 1986, which is probably before most of you were born. So, and I've programmed in everything from Fortran to R and a bunch of other stuff. So I am a big believer in technology. I think it underpins a lot of what we do, if not everything, right? We can't do what we do, whether it be things from email to Odyssey in the courthouse to all the other applications that y'all have supported us, including things like cyber and network security. So truly a big fan of technology and how it impacts what we do on a daily basis. I'd like to echo Dick's thank you for being with us as part of this program. I know it's a big favorite of Glenn's, and I truly do appreciate what y'all have done since you've been with us. I also want to give a shout out to the group leads, because as most things, the group leads tend to be the folks that have to pull a lot of this stuff together, and so really want to thank them as well for what they've done. I don't think you can overstate the impact of technology for Fulton County citizens and for those of us who work at Fulton County. And as you know, Fulton County is the largest county in Georgia. We have the most complicated, in some ways probably sophisticated system when it comes to everything from justice to libraries to technology. And so all the things that you do, quite frankly, or have done or helped us do, support what we do in terms of providing services to our citizens. You know, I made a note of a couple of things that that Glenn had shared with me. The work which you did with the iPads for the senior services and for the libraries is truly a big customer service thing for us, right? And it's going to be appreciated by people. Dick reminds me all the time that a lot of the work we do in the public sector, the people who we impact and who we help will never know what we did, right? And in a lot of ways, the work that you did in terms of helping seniors and helping people go to the library to more effectively engage with us is something that they'll never truly appreciate how much work you did. But I want to tell you, it truly, truly, truly is very impactful. The work that you have supported us with in terms of cyber and network security, I don't need to, here again, talk about all the things associated with cyber that is on the front page of the papers, it seems, every single day. And your effort to help us continue to make sure that our data and our systems are safe is really, really critical. And then finally, the work that you did with Odyssey and support of the justice system, something that's close to and near and dear to what I do on a daily basis, is really, really important. It has helped us keep our court system going at a time when, as you know, it came almost to a halt as a result of COVID. We're starting to ramp up now, but due to all the support that you provided, we're able to provide virtual access. We have more than 50 Zoom cameras, Zoom rooms at the Fulton County Jail. We have virtual technology that supports our courts on a daily basis, and we couldn't have done that without the support of you. And it truly is something that that is very impactful in a way here again that most folks will not appreciate. So I wanted to join and say thank you as well. Let you know how important this is. Wish you the best in your careers. We're hoping that you'll think about Fulton County as a destination. It really does have its tangible and intangible benefits here again for those of us who came from the private sector. The ability to impact people in public service is really something that is hard to describe, but it really is something that is rewarding. So thank everybody for what you've done. Best of luck in your careers, and we truly appreciate what you've done for the citizens of the county over the last few months.
Thank you, Alton. Very much appreciate you taking some time for us today. And if you have a beach to get to, I certainly understand.
I'm actually heading to the airport, Glenn, but hey, thanks everybody. And you know, hopefully you are YouTubing these presentations, so I'll have a chance to take a look at it at some point in the future. So thanks again.
Thank you. Yes. So we'll be streaming to YouTube, and we'll be spending the day actually going through final presentations for the students. I'll just say this before I turn it back to Justina, who has been just incredible leading this program. Internships play an important role in your career. I remember my very first internship, and I won't I'll almost date myself as back as far as Alton, but I'm in the business 30 years. And my very first internship, I had not planned on going into IT. And I did an internship with probably one of the leaders in marketing that I had thought I wanted to get into. And quite frankly, it was that internship which, in an odd way, made me decide that I wanted to get into IT and not into the major that I had originally pursued. So I scrambled in my senior year to get into a field that I thought I was better suited for. And for 30 years, I have been working in information technology. I hope that your varied experiences show just how much the career offers you. You can get into anything from data analytics, which we have folks on the call for, also mentioned networking and security, just system analysis, application development. There's just such a wide array of fields that you've already started to scratch the surface of, and they really work together almost as as an ecosystem within IT. So you'll have in a career of IT, you'll have exposure to all the specialize in a particular area that you fall in love with. I encourage you to explore, just get a taste of the various different disciplines. They truly are unique, and they truly do offer their own benefits and unique experiences within IT. But with that said, I'm going to turn it back to Justina, who, again, I want to thank Justina because she leads a program of over 40 capstone students, and every year it grows. And I will say that while you are fortunate to be in this program, we are more fortunate to have you in the program. And Justina just does a wonderful job with leading the program. So back to you, Justina. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Glenn, and thank you so much for your kind words. And now I would like to welcome our wonderful partners from Georgia State, our partners in crime, Dr. Hong and Professor Martin.
Well, thank you, Justina. Well, today is a very special day to celebrate the end of a successful semester. I want to take this opportunity to thank county and county manager, Mr. Anderson, and the CEO, Mr. Adam, the CIO, Glenn, Mr. Glenn, and all the senior management team and student mentors for offering this great learning opportunity to our students and work with them the whole semester and offer them this, help them grow up to be an IT professional. You all play a very critical, very important help put them on stage to help them success to build a IT career. So without such a great partnership, it's impossible for the school, Georgia State, to do what you have done for our students. And we have hundreds students went through this program. It's a wonderful, successful story, a very unique programs in the country be able to do that. So no word can express my appreciation and thanks to the county, to everyone. So I'm going to pass to Professor Martin for his.
Well, good morning all. And again, reiterating what Shugang just talked about, it is I cannot tell you how much we value this relationship that we have and the partnership we have with Fulton County, and I completely understand the amount of work it takes on your side to put something like this together. We also, just so you all know, and I know Justina's heard this before, but maybe Mr. Anderson or others have not, but we use what you all are doing here in Fulton County as a model for how these programs should be run. And as Dr. Hong said, it's interesting in the geez, I'm not even sure how many years I've been doing this with Dr. Hung. I want to say it's 5 or 6 years, but it's interesting that this program is one of the few that has continued to not only thrive, but to grow and to build opportunities for students to get a real life understanding of what this world is really like once you go out into it. Because Georgia State does a great job. I mean, they're ranked, I think last year they were ranked #2 in innovation at the national level. Part of that is this program, but giving them the skills and then kind of saying, okay, now go work as an independent consultant and try to figure out what the customer needs to do. That's usually not a skill that you learn until you get your first job. And I'm thankful for not only for Fulton County for supporting it, but for the university for building these kinds of programs that prepare tomorrow's leaders. And you guys have been instrumental in that fact. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Martin. And thank you, Dr. Hong. And now we will have representatives from our students that they're going to share their experience with our program. Adrenaline, Andrew, and Hamna.
Good morning, fellow students, Fulton County executives and officers, clients and sponsors, our respective professors, and especially to our program manager, Justina Greenhawk, who have been working hard throughout these semesters helping us. I am glad to be part of the CAPSTONE program. I believe this kind of program is remarkably beneficial to the students of Georgia State University. I personally gained valuable knowledge and experience. It helps me to explore what career path I will focus on after graduation. I gained confidence. I learned to network with professionals in the field. And above all, it helps me to prepare in the working world. Thank you so much. And here is Hamna.
Thank you, Adrenaline. Hello, everyone. I hope everyone's doing good this morning. Thank you to each and every one of you for being here with us today. I wanted to share something quick and important. There is a saying that mentors give you perspective, sponsors give you opportunities. In this case, we had opportunities to do great things provided by Fulton County and the generous sponsors who gave us their time and guidance. This program helped us all understand important dynamic of workplace and what it takes to develop excellent communication skills, flexibility, and most importantly, work ethics. Now, this is a time we all see ourselves as leaders, and remember to take care of yourselves as well. You can't pour from an empty cup. And that's all I have to say for today. And again, thank you all again. And now I will pass it on to Andrew.
Thank you, Hamna. Hey, everyone. I would just like to take this opportunity to personally express my gratitude for this program. At the beginning of the semester, we didn't even know if CIS 4980 was going to have enough projects to give all the students, personally making me extremely grateful to Fulton County for all the projects, as well as the experience that it helped to give my fellow students and I. The project was able to teach us all extremely valuable soft skills and communication, time management, adaptability, as well as give us an idea of what it's like to work in a professional environment. And as for somebody like me, I've not had a job or an internship as valuable as one like this. And so, being able to put the experience of this last semester on my resume is something I will continue to be extremely grateful for. I just wanted to reiterate how valuable this experience has been to all of us in the program. And thank you to Justina and the rest of the sponsors of Fulton County for the time and energy that you sacrificed in mentoring us. And thank you guys all for this opportunity.
Thank you so much. And now we will have students. They will share how this program impacted their job journey and how they see themselves in the future. And Doug, if you can help me to allow them to share their screen so they can. Chris, you need to stop sharing. And you guys can raise your hand so that can promote you and allow you to share your dream job.
Can you see my screen now?
Yes, so I'm not gonna go first. Yes, we can.
Okay. Hello everyone, good morning. My name is Manar. I'm here to share my how my dream jobs looks like before and after the project. So I'm a cybersecurity student and I was assigned to Critical Application Systems Catalog project. So the project is more about database development, system analysis and evaluation, which give me like a good sense of how of the enterprise architecture. So before the project, I was interested in cyber jobs like cybersecurity engineer, software engineer, security analyst, and data analyst. And after the project, I would definitely say I would add database administration and cloud engineering to my dream job list, because I enjoyed what I was doing and I thought it was really beneficial for me what I was doing with Mr. Kendrick, the technical operation, who helped me to have some technical skills with database development and system analysis. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Manar. Tommy?
Hello there. All right, can everyone hear me? Okay. So hello guys, my name is Tommy Van. I'm an accounting and CIS double major, and this right here is the dream job slide that I made after Fulton County. So to basically talk about my experience with Fulton County, I'm a CIS cybersecurity concentration. However, I was involved in the databasing and also data management for the COE CAPSTONE project. I would like to just say that in this project, there were lots of things that I saw that I would want in the future, that I saw like what I would want for jobs in the future. My work environment is something that I really care about a lot. So the work-life balance is very big with me, but also the biggest thing to me is learning that the skills and also the assistance behind the team to be able to help me flourish as a member, even when I started with no knowledge before. But Fulton County's staff members were able to actually help me and support me throughout this whole journey. So I'd like to thank you Fulton County for that. The skills that I had before were very basic things that you would learn in class, from Tableau to PowerPoint and maybe a little Python class. But now in the future, I've learned that from the database management, I wanted to learn more, such as SQL, Linux, cloud, etc. And from these skills, I learned soft skills such as communication with data analytics, creating data visualizations, the importance of doing so. So, and with that, like before the project, I was only like thinking about cybersecurity because what else could I do with this major, right? But now I'm more interested in, data analytics. The world is your oyster, so spread out and make sure that you don't close off your options. After this project, I'm way more diverse, versatile, and I'm very excited to share that to you guys. Thank you.
Hey, Justina, I'll just say, Tommy's points are very well taken. There's just so much to do in the world of IT, and you should feel comfortable exploring. And what you think might be your oyster today might not be your oyster. Maybe something else sparks your interest, and that's okay. That is okay. Make sure that you like what you're doing, you enjoy what you're doing, and you're exploring the various different options, because there's just so many exciting things to do in the area.
Thank you so much. Thank you. So that's why we added this item to the program. So the students, when they come to the program, they line out what they want to do in the future. And then when they finish the program, they can see those changes, how this program impacted them. Idris, are you next?
Hello guys, my name is Idris. So I'll be sharing my dream job. And so so before this program, I I was trying to go into the Navy as a cyber warfare engineer, which I still am, but during my time in Fulton County as an intern, so I learned much more about networking, switches, and that really piqued my interest. So that's like my backup plan. So the work environment I would like will be like a remote or like a military background or hybrid. Is something I want to do. Like something I'm really interested in is traveling. So that would be like something I would like to do, like a remote environment. And skills I learned before the program was basic Python, SQL, HTML, Microsoft Office, Linux, Java, R, and also MongoDB. And skills I learned, which really helped me a lot. So know much more about switches and networking. Is Trello, Putty, which really helped me like taught us how to like go into see traffic going between switches and stuff, which really helped because I didn't know much about it. I mean, I knew about it, but I didn't know the technical. I didn't have like a hands-on experience, which really helped me a lot. So we also learned about money.com, which taught me how to like keep track of contracts and switches and Fulton County, and also use SolarWinds, which is an application that helps track traffic going in between Fulton County, and also onboarding and offboarding of switches, which is what that's the main point in our project, my teammates. And like I said before the Fulton County project, I want to be like a cyber data analyst, IT specialist, and going to information warfare. And after the project, IT, I want to be like after the project, like a backup plan would be like an IT specialist or system analyst or data analyst. And sometimes like put down say to just like thank you a lot for like giving the experience to learn more about about the Fulton County and what to do, and just give them like a backup plan in case my current plan doesn't work out. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Idris. And I want to mention here that Idris, actually, he was a part of the project that it's kind of unique. They had to come on the side, and they're working very closely with the network team. They were removing the switches, they got dirty, and they really had a hands-on experience. So kudos to you guys, you and Samuel. Appreciate you. Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much. And now we're going to move towards the presentation. We're going to move panelists to attendees. We're going to keep our executive team on, and then we're going to keep the first team that will present. I also want to mention that I truly welcome our sponsors. I wouldn't be able to do this without you. Your contribution is really important. And once again, we wouldn't be able to do this without you. I wouldn't be able to do this without you. So now, if Doug and David, if you guys can help me to promote them to the attendees, and we're going to keep our first team, our content management for Center of Excellence.
Do I share my screen?
So Kevin and Tommy, stay tuned for a second. Just make sure you guys are ready, and we're gonna start shortly. And Kevin, who is sharing the screen? Kevin or Tommy?
Kevin.
I am.
Kevin?
Yeah, it's Kevin.
Okay, so Kevin, I'm gonna make you a co-host. So let's go over a little housekeeping while Doug is moving audience from the panelists to attendees. We're gonna be moving from one team to another. Each team has 10 minutes for the presentations and 5 minutes for question answers. We're probably gonna welcome 3 questions. If you're gonna go over the time, I'm gonna tap my wrist. That's gonna mean that you're going over the time. We have lots of teams this time, so we wanna make sure that we have a flow of this presentations, and we're not gonna be staying here till 8 o'clock. So please respect the time, and if you see me tapping on my wrist, that's meaning you're going over the time and you need to wrap up your presentation. When your team is next, please raise your hand and so that can see it within the attendees that he need to promote you from the attendees to the panelists. When you're gonna finish your presentation, we're gonna move you from the panelists to the attendees again, and we're gonna be moving back and forth through entire day. Okay, wonderful. So Kevin, you can share your screen. So I would like to welcome my team, Kevin Escalante and Tommy Van. This team was working on the KPIs for Center of Excellence. We're measuring every single thing about this program. We want to make sure that we can do any improvement to the program if it's needed. And we tracking the progress, and the platform that we have developed about 2 semesters ago stays current, and we can present how this program impacts everyone. So wonderful. Kevin and Tommy, good luck. And I really, really had the honor to work with you guys. I appreciate you. Huge changes from when you guys came to the program and now. So yes, definitely. The program had an impact on you. So good luck.
Thank you. Appreciate it so much. Good morning, everyone. My name is Kevin Escalante, and this is the COE Data Management Team. I am the main team leader and main communicator for our team.
Hello, guys. I've already introduced myself. I'm Tommy Van. This one, I was an assistant to the project manager, which was Kevin.
And this is our Spring 22 final presentation, and as Justina Greenhoek as our main sponsor for our project.
So to begin an explanation of what our team does and what we're doing for the whole semester long, the COE database management team is responsible for demonstrating the growth and the value of this COE capstone project that you guys are in right now. We do this through data visualizations by collecting the data, updating these dashboards for university sponsors, Fulton County executives, and anyone who's basically interested in learning about this program. To explain what performance indicators are, they're quantifiable measures to evaluate successes between organizations, teams, programs, etc., in meeting their objectives. And these are the criteria right here at the bottom that you see for KPMI dashboards. And the capstone program uses this to indicate their success to demonstrate their growth and value. I'll now lead everyone to these dashboards to explain what we've been responsible for updating this whole semester. So for us, this is made in Tableau, and this is the COE KPMI platform. We basically see how this is the general dashboard that we've been asking you guys for surveys. This shows the race, the school, the gender, etc., the age. And on the left right here is all of our dashboards that we click. So this is what we see as like us working on Tableau. The project dashboard is exactly what it says it is. It has the project sponsors, the type of students working on it, what semester, what year, the description of the project, as well as the area in it. The impact dashboard is something we had to talk to the former COE students of 2021 last year to understand where they are. Basically, this dashboard is an indicator of where they are right now, how long were they unemployed, what is their average salary right now, as well as what sector do they work in and what kind of jobs. The project efficiency dashboard is a very project sponsor heavy dashboard where we had to talk to the project sponsors and understanding what status of their project that was in that you guys had to work on this semester as well as the past. Recommendation, as you can see, there's digital tools and systems that are being recommended and the clients research this on the team. The development phase are projects that are being developed and they have the status to yet be updated. Testing is determining whether this project can be developed and meets the requirements to do so. Executed and implementation are that these final projects are ready to be finished and integrated with replacing or existing systems. The funding efficiency was very research-based for us alone. We had to research the salaries to understand how much that Fulton County saved based on your guys' work. So we had to research the salary, add that up, and see how much it would take if Fulton County had to take these people from the role. Time efficiency is the average time that a capstone or intern student takes to enter in all the data for the projects, basically how long it takes for you guys to complete this. And then service dashboard is what's seen on the Fulton County website for the Center of Excellence website, where it shows us the student growth of how many projects, what year, what semester, how many projects that came each term and every semester, as well as the schools that entered in during the semester and the year. Now, while we weren't responsible for creating these dashboards, this will be given credit to our past predecessors in fall 2021. We have the role of collecting the data in order to maintain an accurate representation of the COE's program growth for our project sponsors. I'll now pass it on to my partner, Kevin, to explain our process as well as the many techniques we use to gather data.
Thank you, Tommy. This is our project methodology for our team. As we first started, we decided we had to define our team roles, plan and prioritize our deadlines, and communicate very well through GroupMe. This was in our planning phase. Then we had to move on to our defining and analysis phase. We had to define our project scope, create our project plan, and define project requirements at the beginning of the stages. And then once we had everything accomplished, we had to launch and execute our project. So we had to set up sponsored meetings, working sessions with many sponsors and also former students, and collecting data along the way for our launch and execution phase. And our next phase, monitoring and control, we had to create our status reports. We had to export Excel to Tableau. And also we had to create 10 many team meetings to establish our project and maintain our database. And now in our project finalization role, we had to complete our data management standards of procedure and just the preparation for our presentation for today. As we continue to collect data, we had to do the basics of data cleanup. We had to be consistent between our Excel spreadsheets. We had to be accurate and no misleading data between the spreadsheets. And we had to complete to satisfy the need for our sponsor. We received the previous Excel sheets. We utilized the information that was collected before, and we had to clean up the Excel sheets, and we had many processes of collecting our data. As the beginning of March 1st, 2022, we received the student demographics Excel spreadsheet that provide information of current capstone students, and we had to update them for 2022, our semester, and former Center of Excellent employment for former students. As we went through this process, we had to email surveys, send surveys through GroupMe, send surveys through text, follow-up phone calls, and sponsor interviews. As we ended our presentation, our phase to April 1st, we had to do many sponsor interviews as we had to collect the final information, and this was our 5 methods of collecting data. During the collection phase, we figured that the main response rate was from text and GroupMe messages. As you can see here, we sent multiple texts to multiple teams from former semesters to get a response rate for our surveys. And also we contacted in our GroupMe messages to our capstone semester team for the survey responses as well. If did that not work, probably our worst one was LinkedIn. I posted on the LinkedIn FC COE Connect page for former COE students to gather information and data and send messages individually. And our best collection response rate was follow-up phone calls to former COE students. So I had the pleasure to call multiple students, and as a result, before this, the people that completed the survey before the phone calls were 32%. Unsuccessful phone calls were 13%, which they didn't hang up or answer, or it was just the deadline. I recorded voice memos for 33% of students, and people who did answer completed the surveys at a 19% rate, and hung up was around 3%, which they didn't answer or had no response at all. And this was our survey collection responses. So total survey for our semester and student demographics spreadsheet was 33 out of 5, a 94% response rate, which is a success in our end. We feel like we did a great job on that part. And then a total survey for former COO impact survey was the former students. It was a 34 out of 75% students, 45% response rate, which was great. Response rate for us, we had multiple data to collect and to clean up.
So to end off, after we finished and all the things are said and done, one of the key project takeaways I would talk about is to think outside the box when attempting to reach out for your resources. And communicate with your project sponsors daily. Justina had to struggle with us a little bit because she was planning all the stuff for us when we should have been doing it. But after reaching out to Justina, she doesn't want us to fail, obviously. So we reached out to her. We reached out to a lot of resources, and also be creative when trying to complete a project. Don't think that there's only one solution. There's many solutions, and you should be able to think of all of them. So to reflect, again, don't be afraid to ask when needed. Always be ready to communicate with your team members like we did before, and look to improve any processes that you see are lacking in a little bit.
Yes, as we continue to do our project, we learned that team communication was really important through GroupMe, as me and Tommy were a team of 2. So constant communication was an essential part. Also, setting up working sessions with Justina, Jessica, and Michael has helped us complete our project, as we started in a very slow way. And through Justina's encouragement and strong words, we were able to complete our project on time and do this final presentation.
Finally, thank you to everyone who has helped us. Thank you to Fulton County. Thank you to the people in the past. And thank you to you guys for answering our surveys.
Thank you guys very much for this special presentation. And I hope everyone has a good day. Now, any questions and answers that anyone would like to say?
Thank you, Kevin. Thank you, Tommy. Great job on your presentation. If you have a question for the team, raise your hand and we're gonna unmute you. Or if you have a question, you can put the question in the chat. Do we have any questions, Doug, David? If we don't have any questions, I'm gonna ask you a question. How do you guys feel when you guys started working? Because it was really challenging at the beginning when we started working to see the vision and understand the scope. How you guys would define your transformation through this challenge? Because you guys really took that challenge and you use it as an opportunity for progress.
I could answer, Tommy. So Tommy and I are not original team members. Tommy came from a different group, and Tommy had to be in place of another person. But hopefully, but gladly, we connected. And at the beginning, we were super unorganized, but we were managed to create a project plan and also have steps along the way to communicate with each other every day. It was really great to see how the scope changed, as our team name was not the original team name. And then we just had to go back to our old documents to learn and find out what our project scope was. And once we found the project scope, we went through multiple resources, Justina, Jessica, and Michael, to learn what our main goal was. And once we figured our main goal, we had steps such as like the project plan to accomplish this. It was working sessions, Tableau, working and learning on Tableau, and also collecting information and data from previous students, which was like a learning process as well. But I'm thankful for the experience and learning, because it was really hard in the beginning. But once we had our project plan and set up everything, we were ready to go, and hopefully thankfully we accomplished our project.
You did an excellent job. And how important is to have an agenda for the working session?
Very, very important, Justina. You made us understand that a project plan is a plan to finish to completion. It's not just an agenda. It's something to look at and to always follow very, very closely to finish, to make sure that you have everything on time, to make sure that the project sponsor is not afraid that you won't be able to finish it. So yes, it's very important to follow through in an agenda.
Definitely. Thank you so much. I appreciate you guys. I'm very, very proud of you.
Thank you so much for your time, Justina.
Thank you for your time, Justina.
You're very welcome. It was a pleasure. Now we're
you.
going to welcome next team. Our Chatbot and Health and Human Services app. Please raise your hand in attendees.
Can everyone see my screen?
Yes, give me 1 second. I want to see if we have Marcel on the call as well. Somebody from the Questionnaire first.
Can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Interactive experience for the residents to access through the website and the app on
Hamna, hold on 1 second. Can you hear me? I'm not sure if
I can hear
she
you.
is.
I think she's just having some difficulties right now.
Just want to make sure we have a representative from the Questionnaire first, Marcel English. She's not here. I think Hamna has a challenge with her internet. So, or if you can message her personally, she can rejoin.
Yes, I'm doing that right now.
It happens, technology unfortunately sometimes fails, but let's give her a minute so she can rejoin. If not, we're going to move to another team if she's not going to be able to rejoin. Or have you heard anything from her?
No, I haven't.
Let's see what is happening. Raja, are you ready?
Oh, she just responded.
Mm-hmm.
She says she's trying to restart it. Please give her some few minutes.
Raja, if you're ready, we can move on with your project, and then Hamna and or they can present after you. Let's see if Raja it's.
Okay, that's fine.
Give you. So, or you can turn off your camera.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So now I have the honor to welcome Raja Hayes. He was working with me and Latisha on a very important project on analysis of productivity and technology assessment. It is a very important project and very current to what is happening right now with the current pandemic. So, Latisha, if you can raise your hand, I'm gonna bring you forward as well. And Latisha was helping me and assisting with this initiative as well. So Latisha, if you want to say a few words, that would be a time.
Good morning, everyone. Just wanted to say it was a pleasure working with Rajay. We do have a very important project per Justina's comments regarding our employees and the type of equipment that we were looking to enhance our remote workforce. So Rajay has done a great job in representing that data. And Rajay, you're on.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. Thank you, Justina. Thank you, Letitia. My project was the analysis of productivity and technology assessment of remote working. And I was a solo group, so I'm the only one that was that worked on this project. My overview, I will be covering how many managers and employees participated in the analysis of productivity and technology survey. Have managers receive adequate formal training for remote work? Why is technology important right now? How much does Fulton County employees pay for internet? How much will it cost Fulton County to purchase the equipment? What equipment does remote workers currently need to productively work remotely? What is the survey that was sent out? So previous fall 2021, Fulton County Capstone students created and released a survey because the county wants to enable a remote workforce. Fulton County current managers and employees participated. The county wants to also know what technology remote employees need, the cost of the equipment or services, and if current employees can work remotely. Out of 847 managers that are a part of Fulton County, 446 of them took the survey. 47% work on site, 6% work off site, and 45% work a combination of off and on site. So roughly half of the workforce works in the office, and the other half works remotely. Same for the employees. The number is just bigger, of course. 4,365 is the total amount of employees that work for Fulton County, but only 1,257 of them took the survey. Formal training for managing a remote workforce. So a survey question asked managers if they received formal training managing a remote workforce, or have they completed a county managing a virtual team training class. So Fulton County, they have a training class for managers. So for them to learn how to basically manage a remote workforce, and 64% of the managers answered no. All 235 managers that work off-site or a combination of off-site, they should answer yes, of course, so the managers can receive proper training. Manager training versus employees' ability to work productively. While 64% of the managers never received formal training, 73% of them believe their employees can productively work. So this was an important point that I found by the data that was resulted in the survey. And this was important information that I feel like I need to share to Fulton County, so more of their managers can take the training course. So the training course will be beneficial because it should be mandatory that every manager works a combination of on-site and off-site, or completely off-site. So they will understand what the employees' work environment will be like. The training will enhance management's ability to establish clear goals as well, and objectives to gauge the productivity of employees. Management would also be able to communicate organizational change while teleworking. Why technology matters. So I took an excerpt from the previous Capstone group's report, because I work closely with their results. The focus is no longer on where the work is done, but on getting it done remotely. And I took that excerpt from Glenn. The use of technology is an important part of teleworking. Having a secure network is necessary to ensure its success. How much does Fulton County managers and employees pay for internet per month? So the average cost of internet per month was roughly the same for the managers and employees. It was around $80. Of course, the total cost was different because it's more employees than managers. So yeah. Forwarding. While 73% of managers know how to forward the office desk phone to their cell phone, only 60% of employees know how to. So, I mean, it's over half, but still some work needs to be done for more employees to know how to do this. So now I'm going to show you guys a table based off the equipment cost of what, if Fulton County purchases all the manager equipment currently needed, it would be a total of $515,537. As you can see, most managers need printers and scanners. They were the least prevalent among the employees and the managers. But their total cost is $55,335. This is the employees table that I created. The total cost would be $2,603,251 to purchase every piece of equipment that is needed by the employees. So I created remote packages to basically divide up the departments that need certain equipment. I'm going to start off by the basic package. It's for employees and managers that work on site and remote. Employees and managers work solely, includes Fulton County applications or VPNs. The sensitive information package is for employees that work off-site as well, but it's more focused on the confidential information that some departments have. So for instance, the court systems, finance, purchasing and contracting, real estate, assets, etc. So basically information that is sensitive and it's client's information. The full technology package, it includes an iPad because departments like information technology, arts and culture, and real estate, they need iPads to work on their projects at a portable pace. So mapping, drawing, anything around those lines, those departments will need an iPad for, and the data shows that as well. So remote packages pricing. So the basic package will cost $2,124 for Fulton County. It includes a county issued laptop with camera and microphone, a county issued scanner and printer, the docking station, and a county issued hotspot. The sensitive information package will include everything inside of the basic package, as well as a county issued cell phone, a cell phone earpiece or OtterBox, and a shredder. Hence the sensitive information package, to get rid of those documents that they can't have lying around for their clients. The full technology package is everything that's included in a basic package and sensitive package, but it also includes an iPad. So I'm just going to give you guys an example of the department that needs certain equipment. This will be the library department. The survey results shows that 107 employees participated in the survey, and they said that they needed 39 laptops, 11 earpieces, 26 printers, 22 scanners, 6 shredders, 29 hotspots, 6 dual monitors, 10 single monitors, 11 iPads, 23 cell phones, and 15 docking stations. So I work closely with my project sponsors, and they got the total number of employees that are currently with Fulton County for the library department, and that's where I got the number of 263 employees that are part of the library department. So I set up a cost analysis to get basically those portion of employees that did not take the survey, and I got a total of 96 laptops, 27 earpieces, 64 printers, 54 scanners, 15 shredders, and so on. So they will be a part of the basic package that I created because they don't need a lot of shredders in their departments, or basically sensitive. They don't They don't need sensitive information. They just need the barcodes for their books or whatever the case may be. Just basic equipment to work productively from home. However, the superior court clerks, of course, they need the sensitive package costs. And as you can see, it reflects in their data that 74 shredders are needed out of 211 employees that are a part of the superior court. I felt like these two departments were good examples to show you guys, so it'll be better understanding the different packages that I created. Management equipment needed remotely. At least 25% of managers in each of the departments listed need certain equipment. So as you can see, like I said before, scanners and printers. Scanners are the blue bars, and the printers are the green bars. And you can see that they are the most prevalent among the managers as well as the employees. But this is just the management table that I wanted to show you guys. It's a little more concise and straight to the straightforward. Just to dig a little deeper, I chose two departments. I feel like 33%. That's a good sample size. So basically 1/3 out of the Board of Assessors need printers and scanners as well. A little more than 1/3 need scanners. And juvenile court, they need 47% printers, and so that's almost half. Half of the juvenile court needs printers, and scanners is about 1/3. I wanted to show you guys my dream job. So my work environment that I would like to have, I would want it to be hybrid. I would want to work with different cultures. I would want the work environment to be progressive, furnished, and positive. The technical skills that I already have and are interested in: Microsoft Excel, Visual Paradigm, SQL, Microsoft Office, Advanced Google Search, and networking. Skills that I learned on this project that are really valuable. I learned how to use Qualtrics. Qualtrics is this, it's basically where the survey was. The previous CAPSTONE students, that's where they created the survey. I had to work closely with the results that are on Qualtrics, and I had to edit survey questions because Fulton County wants to release the survey every year so they can have a current number of employees that need certain equipment. Google Sheets as well, and Trello. Trello was introduced to me by my project sponsor, Justina, and it really helped me out a lot with managing my project and just having all of the deliverables in one area. So that was great. The dream job roles I'm interested in. So it would either be cybersecurity, the data analyst, business systems analyst, and financial risk advisory. But after a project and after meeting with a few guys that Justina brought for the team building sessions, I wouldn't mind working and doing financial risk advisory, web development. And this is my infographic. Basically, it just gives my project summary, edit existing surveys, and utilizing Qualtrics applications, conduct analysis on the survey results, and create visual presentation. My lessons learned: to ask questions every opportunity that I have. I just wanted to clarify every time that I met with my project sponsors or even the client, Glenn, that I was on track. Also, to show survey questions before and after I edit them. I noticed that at the beginning of the semester, I wasn't really labeling a lot of data that I was collecting, and that's very important anytime you're looking at data, and Justina had to explain that to me, and I really appreciate her on that because that also made my work experience a lot easier. Major accomplishments, of course, I learned how to edit and create visualizations via Qualtrics. I learned how to use Trello to stay organized with deliverables and meeting times, finished editing managers and employee surveys, and created visualizations for the manager survey as well as the employee survey. And yeah, any questions?
Yes, hi, I have a question. Based off of what you've learned now, and it's interesting that you've seen that there's a lot of opportunities to do a lot of different things, you know, in IT, and it isn't all about coding, which is what I'm sure a lot of you believe. But what was your impression overall of working in the public sector? You may not have the private sector experience to compare it to. I'm just curious about what you feel about the value you're adding to the public sector field.
I feel like it's a great field. It actually made me do a little more research on different companies that are going remote, because of course that's what my project was basically based off of, remote workers. And I just feel like working on this project, it made me understand why the company needs this information. It's very valuable information. And yeah, I enjoyed doing a project and just finding out what would allow employees and managers to work productively. And my results actually made sense. Training must be done for some managers. The cost, stipends may need to be in place to pay for some of those things. And yeah.
Great. I was just going to say, and again, much like some of the earlier folks that talked, I spent the vast majority of my life working in the private sector, but seeing the real world impact of what you do in the public sector is something you don't very often see in the private sector. So I want y'all just to step back once and think about the impact you're having on people's lives, because that is not something you'll see very often in the private sector. So, thank you.
Rajay, what did you find most challenging about this project?
Basically getting the data for the departments, because the way that Qualtrics was set up, I had the results of every employee and I had the results of the departments they were a part of, but I had to create a spreadsheet with all of the departments, all of the employees, all of the managers, and basically just I had to do different functions to get the results that I needed. I can say that was probably the most challenging thing that I had to do.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And we have a last question from Samuel. And Samuel, he wants to know, how effective was project planning with Trello versus Microsoft Project? And give and take, you were only one person on the project.
Yes, I think that's a big part of it, because I was the only member of my project. Trello was just more concise and straightforward.
Thank you, Raj. I appreciate you. It was a pleasure working with you.
It was a pleasure working with you guys as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we're going to move back to Or and Hamna, a team that was working on Health and Human Services app and a chatbot. So Hamna, you had a little bit technical difficulties. Welcome back. It's all good.
Sorry about that. Can you guys see me?
Yes, but I would like to welcome those two ladies, Hamna and Or. They play a tremendous role in one of our huge project that we just launched a couple of weeks ago, Health and Human Services app. They help us to QC some of the functionality of those applications. You need to understand that, yes, we have released the app, but the app has the chatbot within the app, which is a huge component of this rollout. And I also want to say thank you to my partner in crime, Marcel English. I'm not sure if she's present right now. I don't think so. She's on a well-deserved vacation, but she played a big role in this initiative as well. So Thank you and good luck, ladies.
Thank you, Justina.
Hello, everyone. We're the HSS Chatbot team for Fulton County Capstone Project Spring 2022. My name is Araganel Pegua, and with me presenting today is Hamna Sheikh. Our project sponsors are Justina Greenhawk and Marcel English.
Thank you, Oro. We will talk about the overview of the project now. The objectives of the project: the chatbot will be available 24 hours, 7 days a week, and we needed to do in-depth testing for efficient usability. As you can see on the right, this is a life cycle of the chatbot. It must start with artificial intelligence and then go into accuracy, must provide accuracy for it to function well, and speed, error management, navigation, security, and personality, and onboarding. So what are the goals of the chatbot? Identifying and evaluating users' requests, examining the processing of multiple requests, verifying the user's ability to go to the appropriate web page, contact department, troubleshooting testing with errors, sensitive data authentication, access, and encryption, analyzing bots' response time. At last, be able to provide an interactive experience for residents that can be accessed through iOS and Android devices. Project scope. The chatbot must, at the minimum, show the following aptitude upon completion. So first, cutting-edge intuitive production that enhances the capacity for residents to find and make use of the data and features of the government organizations, must be able to decipher the semantics of asked inquiries in order to provide an immediate, meaningful response, or to refer people to other resources as needed. Create a natural language processing chat experience that is similar to chatting with a real person, contains the functionality that allows for questions or requests to be redirected, and provides information on the next step that obtain the required information. So all of this allows the chatbot to develop learning capability, again, with testing. Next up, we have methodology. The chatbot development methodology blends several modern frameworks and methodology, including design thinking, AI innovation sprints, and agile software development. Define steps for the bot helps to guide the users in a linear process, and the completion of the end goal was achieved through intensive testing and retesting. Natural language processing is constantly evolving, so these components must be updated regularly to keep the virtual assistant functioning in optimal conditions.
App features. These are the app features. As you can see on the right, this is what the app looks like and its contents. Enhanced, clean, designed complaints with Fulton County. It's easy to navigate for citizens. The main purpose for the chatbot is to imitate a real life experience with a live person. Natural language processing is used to create response. Chatbot administration, mobile accessibility, app security and structure, resource allocation, and learning capability. Project timeline. This is a project timeline that consists of our projects. The 5 stages include content and data gathering, chatbot implementation, content population, app review, and launch. First stage, content and data gathering. Fulton County is to gather and provide app content for population into the system. The next step, chatbot implementation. The chatbot will undergo testing and it's finally be embedded and further tested in the app in the next phases. For the content population, the contractor is to populate content into the platform using the infograph models. For the app review, Fulton County key stakeholders will perform unit review using the test build and report any problems back. And for the launch, we submitted the finalized apps to the App Store and Google Play stores for launch. For the first step of testing, we established sections and FAQ questions. We put the chatbot to test by asking a series of FAQ questions, which occasionally resulted into an incorrect or correct response. For specific queries, it would return the correct answer, but for others, it would return a COVID-19 message, which then was marked as an error. Other times it might produce an accurate response. Sorry, excuse me. Other times it might produce an accurate response, but with grammar and spelling errors. To continue reporting errors while testing the FAQ questions, to continue reporting errors while testing FAQ questions, a response back into the chatbot was sent to a wrong answer response to automatically send a report to the developer. As the testing for the bot continued towards phase 2, there were new ways of testing added to trigger the bot to respond accurately. For instance, we asked questions related to a department in a way of a resident must have asked the question. This allows the bot to develop and utilize the artificial intelligence factor for integration. This method of testing, however, brought to our attention a tremendous amount of error responses, which was due to the chatbot not being fully equipped with additional utterances and responses to trigger correct responses at this stage, which allowed us to look at the missing elements in development of the project and testing. And the next step was to focus on additional utterances and to add the chatbot to the developer's end, which increased the productivity and accuracy of the bot.
Okay, phase 2 of the testing. These were the new questions that were developed. And then this is how we put it together in the spreadsheet for the questions that were tested again and again. And with different responses, they came up. If they gave us the correct answer, we would put it under the green. And if they gave us the wrong answer, we would point it out with the red fill. This stage of testing started with iOS and Android apps, implicating that one team member was assigned the iOS platform and the other Android. This allows Fulton County government to initiate an incentive allowing all users, whether on tablets, phones, or computers, to have an effective user experience while using the app. This required intensive testing to eliminate errors at all levels. The testing was carried out with the usability matrix. As you guys can see, the first one I have up is our Android testing, and this is what it looked like. After completion of each content and department within the apps on Android and iOS, results were communicated with the sponsors. So this one I have up is for Android, and this is for iOS, and later were compared towards the end. And then we also came up with little abbreviations for the words that were exceeding the character limit to be displayed in the chatbot. So as you can see here in the example of other suggestion, community development might be a long word to be displaying in the chatbot accurately. So we came up with the possible abbreviations that the sponsors could possibly utilize in the app, or that the citizens could possibly understand. And then we moved towards phase 3. This is where our focus was highly on environmental questions. After completion of the app testing and on both iOS and Android, we worked on environmental health section. As you can see on the left, these are the sections within the environmental health section. So this section required additional questions that we were to develop and possible answers for each questions. This is where we get creative and think from the resident's perspective. First, we thought of possible questions that could be incorporated and additional utterances. This helped us identify errors, and again, brought us back to fixing and perfecting the triggers for the bot. And this definitely required a lot of going back and forth and review by the team and the sponsors. But at the end, we were able to develop effective questions and answers that would both be helpful for the residents and anyone else using the app. And then here is where we tested those questions that we developed, and these were communicated with the backend developer and also the software people, so they could fix the errors and help us identify the things that we can utilize and get rid of the things we don't need for that specific section of environmental section.
Final deliverable. So this is our final deliverable. The app has been launched on app stores and Google Play and is labeled Fulton Cares. This official launch date was April 25th, 2022. And on the left, you can see this is how the app looks like. So you can go ahead and download it. Every phase went through the team's evaluation before approval into the next level, and this allowed for accurate result testing for the bot to be more effective. This was an ongoing process of learning and retesting to make sure that the app is always running effectively for the results for the residents, because Fulton cares. This is our infographic. So it shows our project summary, accomplishments, lessons learned, and the next steps. From January to February, we met with our clients, we developed our project scope, and in-depth testing that was carried out for efficient usability. In March, we developed questions and answers for the chatbot for further testing. We tested to ensure that it's running at optimal performance before the app launches. In April, we started our final reports, did our final presentation, team assessments, and we submitted all our documents. If you look down below, you see our chat. This shows the percentages of all the work we did. Our client deliverables, checkpoint 1 and 2, weekly tasks, and weekly meetings. For our project summary, the Fulton County government requirement was to make sure that their artificial intelligence competent robotic system was accessible and operating smoothly for Fulton residents. To ensure that it can handle a wider range of resident requests, we created alternative FAQ questions that we believe residents might ask chatbots and tested it to ensure that it responds correctly. For accomplishments, we accomplished human-like experience enabled by text mining, context understanding through testing, to enable the needs of users accessing information on a variety of devices, including computer, tablets, and smartphones. We learned to use Trello software for better project organizations. We learned to communicate constantly and effectively. We learned different ways of testing the chatbots and how to handle delays and difficulties. And our next step is now for our final presentation.
Okay, and then now we'll go over the lessons learned. We definitely learned effective communication, time management, which I think is very, very important in any project. Trello platform, project management, how to handle projects and organize them into work, conflict resolution, adaptability, problem solving, creativity, of course, leadership and teamwork, and most importantly, critical thinking. And lastly, I would like to acknowledge all the people and all the sponsors that helped us. First, Justina Greenhalgh, Marcel English, Briar Davis, Jessica Fowler, Steve Handel, Yuan Leonard, and Jessica Allen. And that concludes the end of our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, ladies. We're going to open for questions. We're going to limit to 2 questions. If you have a question, please raise your hand. There's a question within the attendees. Dak, if you can unmute the person, so they can ask the question.
I saw a question in the Q&A aspect. I don't know if I should go ahead and answer it.
Hold on 1 second. Let's first take the questions from the attendees.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Hello, my name is Summer. So my question to you guys is, for the application, if you guys could go back and show us the home screen for the application. Right there.
This?
Yes. So for what I was gonna ask is, do you guys have any plans of, keeping those interfaces like the buttons, minimizing them any bit so it's more user friendly or less crowded in the future?
Okay, are you referring to the content? Because that is all important to include.
Yes, the content. So like, minimizing them or like some
Not,
combining
if
some.
you wanted to, I can help you and assist you with this question. So Samir, the app is launched, and if you have any feedback towards the usage and the user experience of the app, there's a option within the app that you can submit those feedback and we can reconsider.
Perfect. Thank you.
You're very welcome. Do we have any other questions in QA? Did you encounter any difficulty during the implementation phase?
I think Oral had a delay with her testing. That was the main difficulty. If Oral wants to go over that.
Yeah, I did have a little difficulty with the iOS testing because it took them a while to like release the beta for me to download the app on my iOS. So yeah, it took like about a week to handle, but that was resolved. But yeah.
Other than that, I feel like it's all a learning experience. And because of the sponsors, we were not able to identify that as a difficulty, more like a learning experience.
Patient and yeah.
Okay, wonderful, ladies. It was a pleasure working with you. This team has a chance to work with the vendors, which is really unusual. They had that experience in a professional environment, how to conduct emails, how to articulate themselves, and how to create a workflow so the updates can happen immediately. So wonderful, great job. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Justina.
You're welcome.
We can't hear you, Justina. You're on mute.
Thank you, Bridget. You always have my back. So now I have a pleasure to welcome a very unique team. They've been working very, very hard to accomplish this project. I mean, this is one of the teams that actually had to come on the side and come with me to other location, deploy those iPads. We spend lots of hours together in the car going from one location to another. So I have a pleasure to welcome Brendan Johnson and Luciano Fulgiari. If I make a faux pas, Luciano, I apologize. And of course, I have a pleasure to welcome our amazing sponsor for this project, Bridget Bailey. She's gonna say a few words, a few welcome words. And also, I have a pleasure to welcome, if we have anyone from the senior services on the call in attendees, I welcome you as well. So, Bridget.
Okay. Hi, everybody. Thank you so much for this opportunity. I will be as brief as I can. I'm really happy to be here to kind of introduce this project to the county. This was kind of a customer service brainchild that we had, where we were introducing customer satisfaction kiosks, where people have the opportunity when they come in to actually provide immediate feedback to us that gives us insight to their customer experience. It kind of helps us, it's a tool that helps us to isolate fluctuations in service, and kind of track and manage performance, as well as it gives us an opportunity for managers to be able to reach out and identify problems and respond to those within a 24-hour period. So thereby, of course, that improves the customer experience. So I'd like to say we have a team of phenomenal interns here that I have the pleasure of working with. They have been great and they have put in a lot of time. This is a project that normally would have taken a great deal of money and time to deploy. Our interns and Justina just jumped right on it and got it done. So professional, very polished. Had an opportunity to work with a lot of people in our senior services department and in our libraries to do training. They were actually training our employees, showing them what to do, how to do it, set it up, implementation, programming, asset management. I mean, they did the full gamut. So I'm super proud of them. And they deployed all of these iPads, what we like to call them our kiosks, our inexpensive kiosks. to our senior centers, our multi-purpose centers, and started the beta testing in our libraries as well. And those will be coming on a little bit later. So they have done an amazing job with that. And in addition to that, there was kind of a tag-along project to this with our senior services, where they did the COVID response kiosk as well. And those were implemented in our senior services department to allow our employees to pre-screen some of our seniors coming into for COVID exposure, helps with contact tracing, helps to make sure that we're keeping everybody safe from employees to the seniors themselves. So this was a very important project to the county's operations in terms of making sure we're providing a good customer experience, we're keeping people safe, we're able to manage and track performance. So they played a big role in this, and I'm just excited to work with this team. So I'm going to turn it over to them, but I wanted to say again, thank you to them, Justina, and to all the interns. Brandon, Luciano, I think Tensei is up next, and there's another intern, Justin, I think, who's up next too, that's going to talk to you about it, to our IT department, our senior services department, and our libraries, who have been great business partners in this. We are now rolling this out. Now this will be 6 departments within the county, and of course to our county's management team, our county manager, our CFO, and our deputy chief operating officers of the various aspects who have been very supportive of this initiative. So thank you. I will turn it over. Appreciate everything. I hope that you guys will enjoy this and really see the depth of the work that these folks put in and the time and commitment they did. Kudos to them. I'd hire them in a minute if I had the budget to do it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bridget.
Thank you.
Brandon, I'm gonna, Luciana, who is sharing the presentation? You got it? Okay, wonderful. Good work.
Should be able. Good morning, everyone. My name is Brandon Johnson, and me and my partner Luciano and I, we are part of the Kiosk Senior Service team. We could not have been here today presenting this project without the assistance of the Fulton County Customer Service Division, led by the wonderful Miss Bridget Bailey. And thank you for those kind words once again, along with our wonderful IT department and our great sponsors, Justina Grunholick and Christopher Phillips, who have monitored us and assisted us throughout the entire program. So we're very thankful for them. So as you can see, our project scope, it looks pretty simple. The implementation of customer service satisfaction service and COVID screening kiosks. However, as the presentation goes on, you will see that it may look simple, but there's quite a few steps that go into implementing them. In regards to the purpose of our project, it was to successfully deploy these COVID kiosks and customer service surveys in order to promote the safety through the COVID screenings and improve customer service in general. Now, as you can see here with our benefits and outcomes, through the COVID screenings, we wanted to make sure that we were able to protect the safety and well-being of our users, whether it's customers or employees. When it came to the survey, through the surveys, we also allowed the customer to voice their own feedback and the responses to their experience at wherever facility and location they resided in. We were able to identify various fluctuations throughout the service level, which led us to provide quicker responses to various solutions, to provide quicker solutions to the various challenges that the service would face. And by collecting information from whether it's various documentation, forms of documentation, surveys, and just any of the method of data collection, we were able to track our data in a better fashion as the program continued on. I went back. Sorry about that. Now here, as you can see, these are the 2 phases of our deployment of our project. In phase 1, we were successfully able to deploy 19 iPads for the customer service and the COVID screenings to the locations listed. And as you can see at the bottom of the screen, and in phase 2, we were able to create the surveys for each location. And we prioritized labeling the iPads along with the iPad stands with the proper MAC ID in the location, so that the faculty and the staff can keep track of them on a daily and weekly basis. Now, as you can see here, these are a few photos of us
at various deployments. Us in the IT department and the team at the various, basically explaining the process surrounding the kiosks and the customer service surveys. And honestly, just a side note, at the start of this project, we didn't know quite what to expect, and we really could not predict, how long the deployment process would take. But there was also an aspect of traveling we could not predict. I will never forget that one of our deployments to the Palmetto location, it was by far the longest ride ever. Whether it came to arriving at the facility or leaving the facility, I know it took almost an hour for sure each time. Mind you, this was after completing various deployments at the Hateville and Camp Truett locations. So it was fair to say it was a pretty long day, and there were other lengthy days throughout this process where, it could be a bit tiring as far as the travel, but there were times where we would listen to music to get our spirits up, particularly me and Justina and Chris on occasion. So yes, it has been quite the experience up to this point. Now, as you can see here, up to this point, our total survey responses in regards to the customer service survey is at 25,284, while our COVID screening responses are at 22,779. And now I will pass the baton over to Luciano, and he will explain the process surrounding the setup of guided access.
Thank you, Brandon. So earlier, Brandon showed you some pictures of our deployments. Part of that deployment, we were training the associates and employees in Flint County how to set up the iPads properly within the stand and the settings. So here I will walk you through what the guided access setup that we would take in every deployment. So first, you'd want to make sure you open up the settings app and go over to Wi-Fi and connect to Flint County. Now we also have the other network, IoT network, which is something which is a more secure network, but some locations did not allow for IoT to work properly. So we had to stay agile and connect to Flint County in order to complete the installation of the iPads. Once you select Flint County, you want to make sure that you accept the terms and conditions of the public network, and you'll see a picture on the next slide of what that looks like. Before then, we go over to accessibility, and we want to make sure that guided access is turned on and that display auto lock is set to never. That enables the iPad to stay unlocked and stay on screen time the whole time in order to have the surveys displayed throughout the day. Here is the pictures that I mentioned where you're having to accept the terms and conditions of the public network. You want to hit that little box and then wait a few seconds, and the top right corner where it says cancel will turn into done, and you hit that and you'll be set, ready to go and connected to the network. Now, something we also want to make sure we set up through the process of deploying the iPads is the screen time feature. We want to make sure that you select screen time on the left-hand side, then go over to select privacy and restrictions, the content and privacy and restrictions. And then once you're there, you want to head over and hit enable the content and privacy restrictions, and then hit content restrictions again. Now, these are all arrows pointing to each step of how to do that. Once that's done, you'll enter the passcode that you set for the iPad. We're not to share the passcode. Each passcode is unique depending on the iPad and locations, but the employees do have those passcodes on hand with them. Once that's done, we want to go over to select the web content. And once that's done, it'll populate the next screen, which looks the one that we have all the way on the left. We want to make sure that we add the proper websites that are available to be accessed through Safari. So what that looks like is you would hit the add website, and the next screen in the middle would pop up, and you can title it as you wish. So we title it Quadric Survey. And then you would go over to the Notes app in order to copy the link of both the COVID questionnaire and the customer service survey. And you would create both of these websites, allowing them access through Safari under screen time. Once you're done with that, we want to make sure we also go over to display and brightness in order to enable auto lock to never. Again, just to make sure that the iPads don't lock and it stays on the survey the entire time. Once all the settings are configured, and at that point you're done, you want to head over back to the Notes app. Now, I want you to keep in mind all the iPads that we deployed are under the same iCloud, so they have the same surveys under the Notes app. So you want to look for the survey links. Note, and then once you're there, you would copy and paste the customer service questionnaire and the COVID questionnaire survey over to Safari, or you can just open it directly from the Notes app. If you see there, when you do a hard click, it gives you the option on the top of open link as well. Once you've done that, guide access has been turned on or has been activated. In order to turn it on, you want to triple tap the home button. When you triple tap the home button, guide access will give you the ability to draw a box of what cannot be accessed or what cannot be altered. So we want to make sure that we draw a box on the top of the Safari screen in order to not allow the participants to leave the COVID questionnaire or the customer survey questionnaire. This will ensure that the COVID the kiosk stays how it should throughout the day. Once that's done, you hit done and guided access is turned on. In order to disable it, you also have to triple tap the home button and then enter the passcode, and then you're back to the iPad's normal configuration. I do want to mention we did create a video of this setup for the employees. That was the entire iPad team, the library team, ourselves, and the network security team for the iPads. And so that's something that they have available to them. We did teach them on deployment, but if they need to refer back to the video to make sure that the iPad's configured correctly, they're able to do so. Now over to the customer survey, daily reports, and the COVID questionnaire. This one is actually for the COVID questionnaire. And so this is what a daily report would look like that we created through Quadrix. You would have the participant's name, their phone number, whether they're employee or participant, when the survey was taken, and at each location. This allows you to track how many participants you have daily, if anybody came into contact, or if anybody mentioned that they came into contact with COVID, an employee at that Fulton County location will be notified via email, or I'm sorry, via text, and these reports are sent via email to them daily, along with the customer survey. Now, this one looks a little different. Reason being is when we took on this project, it did not have the availability to select each location for each part of the, when completing the customer service survey, they were not able to select at which locations they were completing that survey. So Brandon and I went ahead and added that function. So if we go to the next screen, actually 2 more screens. Yeah, well, this screen is what the survey looks like. So it lets you know how many participants were happy, satisfied, unhappy, or unsatisfied. And then this screen now allows you to select which location you're filling out the customer survey in order to break it down by location like we did with the COVID questionnaire earlier. And here are our COVID-19 survey shortcuts. These are flyers that we have on the iPad stands, and some locations even decided to put it by their front door. This allows participants to scan the barcode in order to fill out the survey. This is particularly handy when there's high traffic times where participants are all arriving, and instead of having to wait in line for the kiosk, they can just do it on their mobile device if they're able to do so. Now back over to Brandon to talk on lessons learned.
Thank you, Luciano. In regards to lessons that we have learned throughout the CAPSTONE program, one of the main ones was obviously communicating consistently. Each week we had a weekly session on Tuesdays with Justina and Chris and various workers throughout the Fulton County area and the IT department at various facilities. And we wanted to make sure that we communicated with them consistently, so that we remained on the same page, consistent communication is obviously useful when it comes to any team activity. And when having to adjust to a new project like this, there's bound to be confusion at some point. So you must make it a priority that when you communicate to also ask questions for help when necessary. This will provide clarity to the situation and give you more accurate information to work with. And when you are aware of project deadlines, planning ahead is a great way to also. We realized planning ahead was a way to save time. For example, when it came to, there were certain location deployments that took longer than others, and a big reason to that was we didn't always plan ahead at first, whether it came to charging the iPads or making sure that they were labeled ahead of time with the MAC ID and the proper location that we were headed to on that day. We wanted to make sure that that was done ahead of time as we continued on the program. Doing this, ensures that the process, we don't have to rush through the process near the end as the deadline approaches. And as far as working collectively, obviously it's teamwork. It allows your team to share ideas and various responsibilities, which can reduce stress on everyone. You're also able to get a sense of multiple perspectives in which you can help the team achieve greater morale and efficiency within the project. As you can see in the end, once again, we were able to successfully deploy 19 iPads for both the customer service satisfaction survey along with the COVID-19 questionnaire. We also decided to display our reporting structure within using a Google Doc. And when it came to delivering the various reports, daily reports to be exact, they were received by the locations coordinator, while the weekly reports were received by the executive staff. And with all that being said, on behalf of our team, we would like to thank the management and staff of the following departments for their role in the project, whether it's customer service division, sponsoring department, information technology, and senior services. We could not have done this without any of you at all, and we are forever grateful for this experience. Thank you very much. And any questions for Luciano and I or the team in general?
Thank you so much. Great presentations. And I want to say additional thank you to Gary Herman and our core team from the senior services, Marinette, BMO, and Kendra that were assisting us with the deployment. And now I'm going to open for questions. So raise your hand. Within the attendees, I'll put your question in the QA. Do we have any question? We don't have any questions from the audience. I'm going to ask you a question. How was your experience working? Because it really was unusual. You guys had to go to senior services, work with the coordinators, supervisors, and actually teach them and train them on this product. How was your first experience?
I think our first deployment went really well. I really liked the energy that everybody was excited about that kiosk. Even the employees that were really eager to learn. Brandon and I decided there was a good idea for them to record us as well with their phones when we were training them how to set up guided access and the iPads in the stands, all the bells and whistles. And they were very receptive to what we had to say, and we're really happy to learn. So that was really nice. Overall, great experience.
Absolutely. Couldn't have said it better myself.
Thank you, Luciano. It was beautiful to see you guys. The more you guys were attending our sessions on Friday, the more you guys were getting more and more confidence, professional, comfortable with presenting. So lots of soft skills enhancements through this project as well. Not only technology, but also the face-facing with the front-facing with the customer. It's really paid off. In your development. Wonderful. Thank you so much, gentlemen. And now I'm going to move to Dancy and Justin. Dancy, gonna present? We have Justin on the call as well. Justin. Okay.
Oh,
Bridget, do you want to say a few words before they're going to present, or they should just go and continue?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm sorry I was taking the call real quick. There again, I won't go back and introduce the program again, but I do want to say thank you so much to Tensei and Justin. Phenomenal students to work with. I hope that you will consider a career in public service. We need bright students like yourselves. They did an amazing job working with the library. We are rolling out the customer satisfaction kiosk in the library. And as you'll hear in their presentation, we're starting the beginning of this process, and we hope to continue it on through the summer months, maybe third and fourth quarter of this year to get those implemented. But they have started the process and working with our library. I think Claudia is on here too from the library. She has been a great business partner, she and Gail. Who are managers there in the library, but they're going to be working on this, and they're going to show you what we've done so far and how they kind of set this up. They have just been great business partners, and I'm excited for them, and hope one day we can get them over here at Fulton County. So I will turn it over to Tensei. Claudia's here. I don't know if Claudia, maybe you want to say a few words if you're able to.
Sure. Thank you, Bridget. Thanks for letting me just say a couple quick things. One is a special thank you, of course, to the Capstone team for their work and jumping in and kind of getting this done towards the end of what I think was their project session. So appreciate getting us up and running before the next group comes in, and getting all of the information, all of the kiosk questionnaires and everything set up to the specs that the library worked on with Miss Bailey. And we're thrilled about where we are already, and are looking forward to deploying the rest of our libraries in the next session.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Claudia. So go ahead,
Yes,
Tensei,
thank you guys.
and Justin. Good luck.
Thank
All
you.
right, thank you guys for that wonderful introduction from Ms. Claudia and Ms. Bridget. Thank you as well, Ms. Justina. Thank you everybody else for joining us, and it's been an excellent semester. To start our final client presentation, we are the customer service satisfaction team for the libraries. Our team comprises of Tensei Abibi, as well as myself, Justin Scales. Our sponsors were Ms. Bridget Bailey, Ms. Justina, of course, and our sponsor, Christopher. And this is for the spring 2022 semester. Just as a project overview, Fulton County Libraries wanted to utilize a customer service survey to receive feedback from visitors on their experience. Our team was responsible for creating that customer satisfaction survey via the Qualtrics survey creation tool. Our team was also responsible for deploying iPads to beta test locations, the branches containing those surveys. We also worked with the network security team to ensure that the connections were secure. You can go to the next slide, Tens. And the purpose, the survey helps to measure the satisfaction levels of library visitors, along with gathering specific feedback about improvements that can be made by the library staff. And we tackled this project in stages. Phase 1 was completed in early March. It had to do more so with technical design of the actual survey using the Qualtrics system. We then sent it off to Ms. Claudia, Ms. Bridget, Ms. Justina for approval. And that's when we also began to develop the reporting structure of the survey results. So as the survey results come in, who would receive the daily, weekly, and monthly reports from Qualtrics. Phase 2 was more hands-on. It was completed in early April. This is when we began the inventorying of the iPads. We entered the IDs, the Bluetooth numbers, into a shared Excel spreadsheet between us and Fulton County staff. We also applied labels to each of the 34 iPads to identify their MAC IDs and the locations they were going to go to. Phase 3 was completed recently. Towards the end of April, we deployed to our 4 beta test locations, which was Washington Park, West End, MLK, and Northside. And we have begun to receive feedback, probably upwards of maybe 40 survey results so far about customer experience in the libraries and individual things that customers may like to see implemented or changed to increase their satisfaction levels. This is getting into survey design. This first picture here to the left is the first screen that visitors will see once they approach an iPad. Of course, it gives the Fulton County logo. They have to select a location to actually take the survey. So they would be selecting Northside if they're there, MLK, and then they would be able to select a face that represents their experience for that particular visit. The green happy face and the blue happy face, those do nothing. Well, they don't necessarily do nothing, but they gauge, okay, this person is satisfied, and it says thank you and returns the user to the first screen for the next visitor's use. Now, if the user is to click on the yellow or the red faces, that's when they are prompted to provide more information about their experience, which is this screen here to the right. This would be the second slide that they would see. And they can either select from one of the 4 options that we pre-provided, or they can enter their own feedback into this other box down here. After that second slide, they will be prompted, and this is optional, to provide contact information for a library staff member to follow up with them and gather more information about their experience and what they can do to better accommodate them on the next visit. But other than that, let me see here. Other than that, I think Ms. Tensei is going to pick up from here.
Yeah, so as Justin mentioned, our first phase was creating our survey. Then we moved on to the asset management process. So we received 34 iPads from the warehouse for all library locations. With those iPads, we documented the MAC IDs, Bluetooth IDs, and serial numbers. And we also applied individual labels for each iPad to identify their locations and their numbers. This was a pretty involved process. It took multiple visits to the office, as well as help from fellow Capstone students. So with that information we collected, we input that into an Excel spreadsheet. This is grayed out because it is sensitive information. However, we had the MAC addresses, Bluetooth addresses, serial numbers, and the locations all listed on here. Just so it was easier to track each iPad, as well as we would send this information to our network team to get it secured on a network when we would deploy to the locations, to our beta test locations. And also, I'd like to thank Samuel. He's in this picture. He helped me that first day we started, so really appreciate you. And so after the asset management process, we moved on to deployment. We deployed to 4 beta test locations, as Justin mentioned earlier, MLK, Northside, Washington Park, and West End. With our deployment process, we set up the iPads into secure stands for the library staff. We ensured the connection to the networks, and we also enabled guided access and the screen time functions that the senior services team before us mentioned. And we also provided hands-on training to the staff members. And we have some pictures over here. We went to 4 different locations. We were at Washington Park, MLK, Northside, and West End in all these pictures. Just going over the training that we provided for the staff and answering any questions that they may have had as well. Okay. And so right here we have some summary reports from our data collection. Right here, you can see all 4 locations that we deployed to: West End, Washington Park, Northside, and MLK. Then it goes to each question, it breaks it down by each question. How satisfied were you with the services you received from the Fulton County Library System? And then it's, these are all the responses for each picture. This one would be satisfied, highly satisfied, unsatisfied, and average. And then we also had the next question: please tell us more about your experience. And obviously it's broken down by which option they chose. And then lastly, if they did want to enter their information, they have the option of entering their name, email address, and telephone numbers as well. And so the daily reports are very similar to the summary reports that I just showed you guys. The only difference is that they're filtered by location. So with those screenshots that are broken down by question, it's also just filtered by the location. So this would be an example for Northside. You can see the Northside is number 25 on our list. And then it has the number of participants, which is 2. So we don't have that many engagements yet just because we finished deploying last week, but we're definitely hoping to get more responses back. And so as we were only responsible for beta testing, the next steps with this project would be to deploy the remaining 30 iPads to library locations, which is estimated to begin in September with the next group of capstone students that are part of the program. And some lessons that we learned from our project over the course is adaptability, planning ahead, teamwork, and communication. All of these are definitely important to ensure, a successful project completion, and also important in the workforce that we're about to enter. And yeah, are there any questions?
Okay, do we have any questions? Yes, there's a question from the attendee. Bilal?
Hey, I'm Bilal Ahmed from the Solicitor General's office. I have a question about your lessons learned. So you said adaptability. May I ask, what did you have to be adaptable to regarding this project?
So in regards to adaptability, we had a lot of scheduling differences. So we had to work around those and, push things aside just so we can make sure that the project was successful and completed in time. So are there any other questions?
I see one here in the chat box. What stood out to you during the whole project? I mean, to circle back to Bilal, just for a second and kind of piggyback off of what Tensei's saying there, it was a lot of scheduling. We had to be very adaptable as far as moving in between classes, moving in between work, and staying in between working hours and business hours of the individual libraries. I think that was probably where we had to be the most adaptable, but things came together very, very well. As far as what stood out the most during the entire project, to me, it was towards the end when we actually did deployments and we were able to see actual visitors in the library, use the system that we created. And that it did feel important, the work we were doing. It made it a lot more personal, a lot more significant to me, for sure. That, this stuff that we're doing is going to matter long term to people who are using the services provided to them by their local government.
Yeah, it was also great to see the staff get excited about having these iPads, because I think their previous method was just, paper and pen. And so they were really excited to get some, technology involved to further along their responses and whatnot. And then I see, what recommendations do you have for Fulton County with iPads? I think
that's going to be a last question.
Last question. Okay. What recommendations? I would say there's with the iPads, their battery tends to, decrease very fast. So the next, I would say, thing to do would be to ensure a way to conserve the battery percentages so they don't die throughout the day, especially if the iPads are not in locations that are near a plug. So that would be one recommendation I have for the iPads. Are there any more questions or anything?
We're going to be done with the questions. Thank you, Justin. Thank you, Tensei. And I also want to give Tensei additional kudos. She was supporting senior services initiative as well. She was coming along with us as well. So thank you so much for doing that.
Yeah, no problem.
And if I may, this is Bridget Justina, really applause and kudos. Gail is not on here, but I think Claudia may still be. I just want to say thank you to the library. They are going to be a big user department and a department that has several locations. And so that's going to be a big project. And they just jumped right on board with this project. They really were excited about it. They want to work with us. They're kind of bending over backwards to make sure that this works out. So I just want to give a huge thank you to Claudia. I know this was an additional thing to take on, and a huge thank you to her team. I mean, because this involves, 30, 40 people within that department that are going to take on some additional things to make sure that we're doing the customer experience. So the work that the students are doing is really helping to start this process, and it will benefit Fulton County in the long run. This is not just something that will just go away. This is something that will help improve our key performance indicators here at the county. So this is a big deal for us in terms of measuring our performance and being able to make adjustments to our business process improvements as we go along if there are things that need to be adjusted. So kudos, thank you, Claudia. Please pass our thanks on to Gail for us. We are looking forward to rolling this on out during the remainder of the year. So thank you guys, and thank you students again.
Thank you, Bridget.
If I may add, Justina, if you'll allow me just one more minute. Yes, I will definitely pass all of that along to Gail. I do want to thank this group of students. The library is not an easy monster to take on. And I want to make sure that any advisors listening in here understand just how complicated we love to get at the library. There's 34 library locations in Fulton County, and they are, as I think the previous student mentioned, all the way from Palmetto to Milton. So it's a pretty wide ranging location project, but also determining what the right questions were to ask, who the, helping us determine with Bridget's support, of course, but helping us figure out what, how to best send out these reports, who to send them to, how often they should go out. All of those pieces were important for us to understand on the front end. And I think the team did a really great job of understanding what the need was of us as a client and understanding how best to deploy that need. Starting with, in my head, I thought, well, we just do all 34 at once. It never occurred to me that we should start with just a small group and, see how that goes first before really, going out to the rest of the library. So I think just offering that advice, and also, of course, all the technical expertise in preparing the iPads was crucial. This is just not something we would have done on our own. So I want to thank you and again, give you great kudos for all the great work you did this semester.
Thank you so much, Claudia. We are here to serve and support you guys. So wonderful. Now we're going to welcome next team from the court automation. I'll make sure. Ms. Micah, do we have a Judge Cox on the call?
No, ma'am.
He'll be able to join us. Should we wait?
No, ma'am.
So I have the honor to welcome court automation team, Egeline and Bilal, and our sponsors, Ms. Micah Womack, and unfortunately Judge Cox, he was not able to be present, but he's our main sponsor of this initiative. And also welcome our mentor for this project, Michael Lane, and Mr. Terrence Harris, which is not present as well, but he's really important person for this project and play a big role in this initiative. This is a sixth, wow, yeah. Sixth cohort for this platform, for this initiative. I mean, this is when we actually started Center of Excellence. We brought Michael Lane to the Center of Excellence, and he helped us to work on this court automation project. It's a great platform. I am so proud of each team that worked on this initiative. And I'm going to hand to Ms. Micah Womack that's going to say a few words about the project.
Good afternoon, everyone. And I do apologize that Judge Cox wasn't able to be with us today. He is on the bench. This is an amazing project. We started it quite some time back. And we've been so excited about the students that have joined us with helping this move forward. Bilal and Edeline were just amazing. So I'm looking forward to you all seeing their project for this year. Thank you.
Thank you, Micah.
Good to go. All right. Well, hello and good morning, everyone. My name is Bilal Ahmed, and this is my partner, Ederlin Bate. We are the Core Automations team this spring 2022 semester. I will be talking about the purpose of this platform, how it benefits our sponsors, and lastly, some of the changes that we made to it this semester. Ederlin, slide 2. Our client team includes Honorable Judge Cox, who is also the beneficiary of this project, Ms. Micah Womack, the Superior Court Administrator, and Justina Greenhawk, as we all know, our CAPSTONE Program Manager. Also, Terrence Harris, Systems Analyst, and lastly, Michael Lane, our mentor. Project overview. This project was introduced 5 semesters ago, as Justina mentioned, and it has gone through multiple Georgia State student interns. The whole idea of this project is for the Superior Court judges and litigation managers to be able to see open and closed cases in depth and to be able to tell the durations of those cases. The concept this project was introduced under was to reduce case durations using information that is available in this platform. This project is or was in phase 6 this semester. The scope of this project was clean and simple to make it easy for the end user to efficiently navigate through this platform and to drop irrelevant information and improve the overall visibility of data that is presented in this platform. The approach that we took was that we honored clients' requirements by using interpersonal skills, also by embracing and utilizing software and applications like Odyssey, R, and GitHub. We also frequently met with their clients to receive tasks and feedback from previously completed tasks. This is our homepage. This is what the end user sees once they enter this platform. On the bottom corner here, these are the different dashboards that are within this platform, and I will be presenting each in the same manner. Here we have the welcome page. This page was an add-on as per a client's request. These words you see along with the Fulton County logo and Georgia State logo were used to be on the home page, but we decided that there should be another page which welcomes the end user and shows them which universities took part in making this project come to life. As of right now, it's just Georgia State. This is the overall summary. Next, so you're presented with the total amount of current open and closed cases, also the number in jail. Down here, you have the indictment number for each individual and number of hearings that case has been through, the case age, and how long it's been open for. The data had to be run manually, so we would ask Terrence Harris to run the scripts for us time to time. Thank you, Terrence, for doing that. Running scripts would update the data, and as you can see, the case age would drop in terms of number of days since start. Prediction case duration bins. Here you are shown with bars which indicate how many cases are pending for each individual judge. On top, you can see the timeline in days under 183 days, more than 183, and less than 365, and so on. As you can see, as far out as we go in numbers of open cases start to get lower. In the same dashboard, we were informed of judges that need to be replaced. So we had to drop and add those replaced judges by going into Tableau. Forecast summary. Here you are presented with cases that are categorized from murder all the way to aggravated assault. Down here, each case has been given a lifeline, with the black line being the forecasted line. The line shows when the case should have concluded, But as you can see, we have gone past it. Each of these colored points represents a hearing, which you will see in the next slide. And when you hover over these, when you hover your cursor over these hearings, it provides additional information regarding hearing type and the date it took place. These are the color represented hearings. As mentioned in the previous slide, we made changes to this throughout this semester by dropping irrelevant hearings that our client did not find as important, and constantly played around with designing colors that were visually appealing. So the before and after image of it. This is the scheduling chart, which shows case administrators their overall case schedules. Here we have the previous look and the current look of the scheduling chart. We reduced the number of records by removing redundant data that was present in this project when we took over. So as you can see, the lifeline went down on the second picture. Motions pending. This shows case managers what motions are still pending and what motions have taken place already. When you hover over each, it provides additional information regarding the motion. Line model, also called the model results, give you insight on why the cases are taking so long to conclude. It could either be the defense attorney stretching the case out, or because the number of resets, or simply the individual is a repeated offender. All this could be causing the cases to stick on this platform. Refers back to why the lifeline was going past the forecasted line. Charges filter gives case managers all the information they might need in handling a case. When an individual commits a crime, they are charged. Each crime type it has a code associated with it. So this is where the case managers can go in and search for those specific codes and see what the charge description is. On the left, you have the left filter pane to directly insert the case number. Towards the end, we went ahead and changed the sizing of the platform according to Ms. Micah's desktop, and also assigned a generic laptop size for the rest of the Fulton County staff, ensuring they are able to see the platform as whole on their screens. Some lessons that or skills we took from working on this project include Tableau skills through working on Tableau prep, and with the help of Michael Lane, who was also our mentor this semester, and had some soft skills like presentation, communication, and organization, time management, and all that. Next steps to this project is pretty much getting it transferred onto AWS server, which is purchased by the department already, but will be deployed somewhere around mid-May, May 15th to be exact. This migration should help the code automation modeling process the way, as mentioned before, Terrence would have to run the scripts manually. We wouldn't have to do that anymore once it's on AWS.
Yeah,
I will pass it on to everyone.
Yeah, thank you, Bilal. And it's been a very awesome being partnering with you in this project. And here's our court automation infographics, and I just want to focus on accomplishments. This project is, we have been able to execute primary tasks that required by clients, which are Ms. Micah and Judge Thomas Cox. And all the changes made gives clarity to analyze and access data based on their needs. The dashboards provides unbiased view of court's performance. Overall, it is easy to visualize all the data at a glance. And I want to acknowledge all the people who were involved on this project, our clients, Judge Thomas Cox Jr. and Ms. Micah, thank you so much, ma'am. And our program manager, Ms. Justina, who is a hardworking person I've ever met in my life. Our sponsor, Mr. Terrence Harris. Our enthusiastic mentor, Mr. Michael Lane, thank you so much for sharing all your technical expertise. And of course, to our JSU professors, Dr. Hong and Professor John Martin, thank you so much. Because of you, we have managed to tackle all the tasks that's been laid out from us. And I think we did it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys. Great job.
Thank you, Justina.
So
Any
very
questions?
proud. Let's see if we have any questions with an audience.
This was the first time the platform was introduced in a presentation. Nobody, none of the previous interns were, well, it wasn't built enough to be presented, but now we have a solid platform that.
This is a huge accomplishment. This project, it's very innovative for courts and from the IT perspective. So let's see if we have any questions. Ms. Micah, do you want to say anything at the end of the presentation?
Oh, I'm just so excited. The presentation was done very well. Just a little caveat to just, these guys went through a lot. They had a death in their family. They had just a lot go on. And for this project to come out like this, I'm just so happy, and I can't wait to use it. So they went through a lot, and I'm just so proud of them. They endured it. They never gave a complaint why they couldn't come to class. I mean, come do this project. They just never complained. They never gave excuses, and I'm just so proud of them. Thank you so much. Thank you, you guys. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Micah.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ms. Micah, for that feedback. That's a great team. I want to take one question. Did you get to have any experience with AWS? That was a question from the audience. Do you want me to repeat the questions below?
No, I was just looking for the question. I can't. Oh, it's over here. Okay. Yeah, no, we did not, because we didn't get a chance to upload it. It hasn't been uploaded to AWS. We were still having those meetings and everything, talking to the AWS team and then our team. No, we did not have any experience with AWS throughout this project.
Yeah, but they were part of the team that is working on AWS, and they were part of the meeting.
Yes, we were hoping that it would be uploaded this semester, but the next, yeah.
Things happen.
Yeah.
So thank you so much. We appreciate you. I know we are past time, and I have announced this within the invitation. So we will meet. Let's see. Would 20 minutes be enough for everyone for lunch? Yes, thumbs up. Yes, okay, perfect. So I will see you all in 20 minutes. We will shift the time, so please be understandable. Forgive me. We have lots of people, lots of teams, so we have to be flexible and very agile today. So I will see you all in 20 minutes. And Chris, if you can stop the recording and switch to the transition page, that would be great. So it's going to be 12:45. We're meeting at 12:45. Anybody from the strategic office? We do have Steve Williams here. Oh, a second. Steve, so we'll have Steve say a few words. And what else? Please raise your hand if you're part of the team.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, Steve, we can hear you.
Okay, hey there. I'll keep it brief. I know we're running behind.
Yes.
But yeah, very happy with what Alton did this semester. He delivered everything we asked for each week, despite the challenges. First of all, having to work by himself, he didn't have a team to work with. He did everything on his own. Also having to deal with, as you mentioned, Justina, a large sponsor team, having to work with, different people, different personalities on our team. Always came each week, unfazed by challenges, very even tempered, and did a great job. We're very happy with what he delivered for us.
Thank you so much, Steve. So good luck, and you can start your presentation.
Thank you, Justina. Thank you, Steve. Also, I wanted to thank Jeremy Allen from our studio for coming to watch the presentation. Our studio was a lot of help, especially Jeremy. I met with him a few times throughout the course of the capstone. My name is Eldon Husick, and I basically started where the group from last semester kind of left off with the RStudio Connect evaluation. And I worked with Kevin Chen, Michael Lane, Matt Sangren, Min Vo, and Steve Williams, of course, with a couple other people, but that was my team. I was by myself as a student, but I had a lot of help from everybody in the group and a couple other people in Fulton County. So I didn't really feel alone. An introduction. So the gist of the project was basically just to evaluate the capabilities and benefits of RStudio Connect, because we are looking into purchasing it as a bundle with Connect, Workbench, and Package Manager. And what the department needed to know was what all of these things brought to the table, how they worked, what they did, and if it was worth picking all of these up together. Why RStudio Connect specifically? Well, that's mainly because most people at Fulton County are already familiar with using R or Python. And all of those applications, well, RStudio Connect uses R and Python for creating dashboards and all of their commands and stuff. So it wouldn't be a huge transition. It would be something that everybody's already somewhat familiar with. The key points that we went over was the cost of the overall bundle and trying to keep that within budget. All the data and research that went into it, as far as finding out those capabilities, benefits, any shortcomings, stuff like that. The install and testing that we did towards the end so that we could firsthand see if the qualities that we needed out of the software was there, and to kind of get a demo. And overall, at the end, I was supposed to compile all of this information in a report, which ended up being about 30 pages of instructions and information on it, which is supposed to be there as, I would say, about kind of like a manual in the beginning, and then towards the end, my overall take on the applications, if I think that they're worth purchasing and using. The approach I used, because I was by myself, I found that Agile Methodology worked to split up those tasks, especially because there's a lot of waiting when you're waiting for approvals and stuff like that. So it's easier to put in the requests for certain things like our server. And then while I'm waiting for that to be approved, I work on a portion of the project that I'm going to need, that I might not need to wait for. So that's how I did it as far as the RStudio project portion went. I met with my sponsors every week in order to give them updates, to get feedback from them, to make sure that we're on the right path together, to make sure that I'm doing what they need from me. And if I'm not, they can kind of explain or re-explain what they're looking for. And then keeping them updated obviously was helpful because they didn't feel like they were in the dark about my progress. A lot of the solutions were created using general research that I did through our studio, through our studio's website, and then also working with the RStudio teams and the vendors, people like Jeremy, in order to help me answer some of the questions that I might not have been able to find on my own. The project timeline, how we ended up doing it. In the beginning, we worked on the cost analysis. This was important, mainly because the more something costs, the longer the wait is. So we had to keep it under a certain number. And then also, you know, the cost is a big deal when you look at it compared to some of the other competitors that we'll get to later. I mapped the ports and I had help from Michael. And this was so that when we wanted to do the installs in the server, it streamlined the process a little bit so that the IT team didn't have to, well, the IT team would know exactly which ports and stuff we'd be using. And I think it was also for security things. The extensive data collection, that was the biggest portion of it. I spent a lot of time doing that every day, each and every week, and then updating them on new things that I found. And that way, if a new question came up from the information that I gathered, I could always look to answer that question later on, make sure that we're covering all the bases, because it is 3 applications. So a lot goes into it. The test server setup, we set approval for in the beginning, and we really just needed a sandbox to help us with actually downloading and install so that I could record how that process goes. And then also after it was installed, we got to test the applications firsthand, see what everything looked like, see how much of the work that the strategy office already does can still be done and what things might need to be relearned. And this is just a continuation on how I had everything organized. Kind of, you know, phase 1 with the cost analysis and research. This was important to me because, again, with all the things that had to be done for this, if I have to stay organized, because if I don't, I'll forget everything going on. The cost analysis overall was very impressive as far as the total comes out to. This is obviously yearly cost, and if you look at some of the other competitors, SAP and Power BI, a server from them is very, very expensive, and I'm not sure if we would have ever gotten that approved if we went that route. Tableau server is a little bit cheaper. However, overall, RStudio offered a lot more than Tableau. These are all priced at our requirements. I believe we ended up deciding on, we pay for 6 users, named users, 45 unnamed, which just means 6 people who have the credentials to use it all. And the 45 unnamed users would be the departments who would be looking at the dashboards, which we'll talk about later. So these are all priced based off of that. So the differences are pretty big. With RStudio Connect, that would be the main application. It's a publishing platform that they would be using to turn data into visuals, like this dashboard, for example. The biggest difference now with Connect versus some of the other applications is we're looking to be able to use Connect to create interactable dashboards. If you look up here, you'll see numbers for the care housing enrollments, and this is as of 2022 February. Stuff like this is what you can do with Connect. You can change using the filters and stuff like that, separate which numbers you're looking for specifically, which dates. It just helps when they publish the dashboard for another department, it helps that department get the most out of all that data, and it makes it very versatile. Some of the functions that stand out about RStudio Connect are the markdown reports and the fact that it creates those interactive dashboards. Again, because most people are already accustomed to using R, using the full version of Connect isn't going to be something that they need to spend a whole bunch of time training on. The security is very adaptable, and it's not going to be very hard to integrate this with our studios. We've already been in the process of setting up the LDAP Active Directory, but it's also got OAuth and PAM and proxy authentication. So there's a ton of options. The only thing is we were working on the LDAP. Workbench works as sort of the environment where all this is taking place. I oftentimes compared it to kind of how Google has their docs and how that system works. So Workbench is kind of like the backbone of all of this. The Connect would be on Workbench. Workbench allows them to manage the data that comes in and out, what's analyzed, stuff like that in a secure place, sort of like that Google example. It allows them to work on it together without it having to be shared individually. It's in one place, sort of like a Google Doc. They can jump in, jump out, help each other, and share it in the department. It just makes it more convenient for everybody. Auditing and monitoring it, you can control how much time is spent on certain projects, and you can see what everybody's up to. So those were what stood out about Workbench and just the information on that. Package manager is somewhat simple. It's the repository management for it, and it's going to keep all of the packages that might be needed in one area. It also is going to provide a backup version control for our focal, which was something that Michael actually was interested in. And so it's good that that's going to be there. Another big thing that we talked about with Package Manager is the fact that updating and the systems overall, you can update them together. And so that makes it quicker, obviously, and just more organized. So that's the info on the applications. The install and testing portion of it, we started with a fresh server, and that's probably the easiest way it's going to be. Download and install of all of them was very easy, and I put the main commands for just the downloads and installs here so that people could actually see how few it actually is as far as commands go. It took me and Michael about 6 hours, but that was with the server setup. The actual installs themselves didn't take much time at all. When we were testing the applications, everything ran very smoothly. It worked as expected. A lot of the background information that we found on it was there. Stuff like being able to run jobs automatically and stuff like that. So we were very happy that everything was installed correctly and that it was quick in case they roll it out on a larger scale later on. My overall recommendation, which was the whole point of the process, after compiling everything and being able to work with it on my own. I would recommend picking up the software. I think that as far as the installation process goes, it was simple. I, before this, worked in a grocery store. This is my first actual internship. And so all the Linux and command prompt and all that stuff, I only had experience with that through some of my classes. And for me to be able to pick up on this in just, a couple months, and the install was like a couple weeks, very impressive. I think the biggest feature, the security and the adaptability of it all, is another thing that stood out and is why I would recommend it. I think that obviously security is very important, and I'm a cybersecurity student. So this to me was one of the points that had me leaning towards picking it up. The features of the applications overall are more than enough, I would say, for the needs of the strategy office now. And it provides a lot more features that we might not be using right now. But if the good thing about it is it doesn't affect cost or anything. And so if later on that was something that we need or would be working with, then it would already be there and we wouldn't have to be going to look for another service to pay for. Lessons learned. I was by myself and I've never had this kind of experience. So I got to kind of learn how to take charge of a project and plan it out and really organize it in a way that would work for me. Constantly updating my sponsors and getting feedback from them was something else that I learned to become, that was very important to me. The longer the project went on, the more I felt open about everything that I found, just because I knew that even smaller things might come up, and it was very important for everybody to know all the same information. Another powerful resource that I use is reaching out to my professors, Justina, or our studio, like Jeremy, to help me through certain things that I would be stuck on instead of just trying to power through it on my own. And then patience, of course, with troubleshooting. Before this, the only troubleshooting I did was like if my computer wouldn't boot up a video game or something. And so like working with Michael in Putty for like 6 hours, trying to figure out why something wasn't working, and then finding out that we did it in the wrong order, we flipped letters or something. It didn't become very discouraging, but I think if it was me alone, it would have. But because I was with Michael and he's always got such a positive attitude about it, I didn't get discouraged. And when we would find it out, it was something small and we'd be like mad at ourselves. And it's just important with all this technology stuff to have patience when you're working through it. And I would just like to thank everybody that I worked with, Steve, Michael, Kevin, Matt, and Min. I'd like to thank some of the other departments that helped out. I know that we worked a little bit with IT as far as getting the server set up. I'd like to thank Justina and Jessica for, first off, for all the emails and reminders about everything, because it was so hard to keep certain things organized for me. And I think that honestly, without those emails, I'm not sure if I would have remembered half the things that I needed to get done. And those were just very helpful for me. And then all the feedback from you guys as well on the project. And then Fulton County overall and Georgia State for giving me the opportunity to get to work in this field. I felt like a professional in the field.
Thank you so much, Alden. Now we're going to open for questions. Do we have any questions? Let's see if we have a question from the attendees. Please raise your hand if you have a question. Okay. Bimo?
Yes.
Hi, you have a question?
No, no, no. Did I must hit by mistake. Sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Okay.
raise the hand. Are there any questions in the chat? Okay, if we don't have any more questions, we're going to move to the next presentation. Great job. I know it's not easy to work with such a group of people, but you did it and you did it by yourself. So kudos to you, and you're going to utilize this experience in your future endeavor. I know that for sure.
Yes, everybody was fantastic. Thank you guys again.
Thank you so much. And now I have a pleasure to welcome Control M team. Do we have Donald Secure on the call as well? Yes, we are. Anybody else from the enterprise team? Pam, Narendra. Donald, do we have you on the call?
Yeah, I'm here.
Donald, do you know if anybody from your team is going to join?
Just me today.
Just you. I understand you guys have lots of going on today. I completely understand. So I'm going to pass to you. You're going to welcome the team and let's move on.
Great. I'd like to take this opportunity to welcome Richard and Ephrata. Richard and Ephrata, you did a great job considering there were so many moving parts and you had to deal with a whole host of people. And some of these folks, obviously assume that you know everything and you're technically as strong as them. So sometimes it's a challenge and I think you patiently ensured that they slowed down and you understood everything and that they wanted. Plus, I made a lot of demands on you guys, and I really appreciate you guys taking on the load and understanding what Control M is and what a software scheduler and how critical it is. I must tell you that you've done a commendable job, and also this particular piece of software and the upgrade is so very critical to I would say the whole of the county, because it is something that is useful for us to run our payroll. Payroll for 4,700, probably 4,700 employees and an equal number of retirees. So it's a big footprint that you have left. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good luck. If you guys can expand the presentation into presentation mode, because right now it's hard for us to see it.
Let me see.
From beginning.
It does it like this.
Try to reshare it because you have the nodes and it's showing both screens.
Let's see.
Testing, guys, huh?
Let's see. Okay. Sorry, 1 second. I think I figure out how to fix this.
Can I just share?
Yeah, can you share it?
We got to go win that best presentation, right?
Yes.
Not after a good
some
start.
giveaways for the best team. Okay, good luck.
Everyone see my screen?
Yeah, we can see your screen.
Hi, my name is Ephrata Ahmed.
And hi, my name is Richard Nguyen, and this is our presentation for Control M upgrade. So introducing the Control M upgrade team, we have the team lead Ephrata Ahmed and myself, Richard Nguyen, and both of us had the pleasure of working with our sponsor, Donald Secura, and the enterprise application team. For the project scope of Control M, we had to assist the enterprise application team in the upgrade of their current Control M scheduler to the latest version. Our deliverables was to create a standard operating procedure for the enterprise application team to refer to when scheduling batch jobs in Control M. We were also assigned to document the progress of tasks assigned to team members with an activity report, and lastly, document the issues on the current Control M scheduler.
So what is Control M? Control M is a BMC tool. It's a job scheduler used to simplify application and workflow orchestration on premises or as a service. Control M made it easy to build, define, schedule, and monitor production workflows. So the use of Control M in Fulton County is used to automate jobs for their finance and payroll departments. This ensures that Fulton County employees receive their direct deposits or checks in a scheduled manner. It also allows multiple users to share system resources effectively.
The upgraded Control M 9.20 capabilities allow users to restore back to the previous tab that they were on, have more supported applications, more tools were added into the tool domain, and clients of Control M are now able to communicate with each other securely with the use of HTTPS. These are the current configurations for Control M.
Batch scheduling is an application that enables users to automate the execution of routine jobs. The advantage of this is computers can be set to carry out processing tasks in after-hour periods, so it doesn't have to be at the same while people are working. It could be when everyone is off.
The standard operating procedure for scheduling batch jobs. The purpose of the standard operating procedure is to ensure that all the steps in scheduling of batch jobs are followed with precision. This document describes how administrators must monitor and schedule batch jobs to reduce the resource manual work.
So we created these SOPs because some of the members within the enterprise application team or members of Fulton County in general were unfamiliar with Control M. So this SOP can be used as a resource when scheduling batch jobs. So in order to create the SOPs, we had to obtain the responsibilities of the administrators, gather the return codes and incorporate them into the SOP. So a return code would be, so an example would be if administrator were to run a job and the job were to fail, it would give a return code of 12 and it would stop the job. We created a written document and a diagram, and we used Wooster charts to create each diagram. So that, we also created an activity report to track the progress of the project. So we had to document the tasks assigned to each members, communicate with each member and determine if the tasks were complete. And if they weren't complete, we had to gather the comments on what was the setback or why the process wasn't completed, and then update the client on the progress. Within our activity report, you can tell that there is a censored block over the comments because some of the information is sensitive. And you can also tell that some of the tasks are incomplete. That's because majority of the tasks were dependent on the change control request and the PODO approval for a Control M upgrade. We also created a risk analysis report. We use this to examine the risks that our project was facing and document it so we wouldn't repeat the same risks within the new upgrade. So we gathered the risks from the current Control M version from the Control M team, created a brief description on each risk, and determine the severity and probability of each risk and document the actions taken to minimize or diminish the risks.
This is the infographic for Control M upgrade. Throughout the months of February and March, we collected information about Control M and BMC. We also had the opportunity to meet with the BMC vendors, collect information on software scheduler and file transfer protocols, and started on the activity report. In the month of April, we completed the risk analysis on current Control M systems, completed the standard operating procedures, and collect return codes for Control M. And on May, this is where we present our final presentation and complete the team assessments.
And I just want to give a brief overview on the next steps. So the next step is the final presentation, which is today, and then the actual deployment of Control M began on May 1st during the maintenance window. So it's the progress of the transition of the current Control M version to the new one. It just started on May 1st. So as for lessons learned, we had to learn to efficiently manage our time. Even though we had other responsibilities, we still had to give an ample amount of time to this project in order to complete our tasks. And we also worked with vendors. We worked with BMC. They are the owners of Control M. They were very informative. They made sure to thoroughly go over the transition of the current server to the new server. And they were just very insightful.
And we also had an opportunity to work with an organization. We were students, so we only had opportunity to work with teachers and other students. So it was kind of different, learning how to work with different departments in order to complete this project. We also learned how to maintain consistent communication with the professor and our sponsors. We had a weekly Zoom meeting with our sponsors and Justina.
Yeah, and it just it made sure that we realized what to expect in our future careers. You know, constantly checking our emails like 5 times a week, as Justina said, which was very beneficial because we would miss out whenever we wouldn't check our emails. We also had to prepare for complications. There was a time period where we were just waiting for the approvals and the POD, the POD approval and the change request form. So it felt like we were idly just waiting for something to do, but we had to be productive and ask for tasks or see if anything else needed to be completed in order to continue the progress of our project. And we just want to give a special acknowledgement to everyone that helped us. Everyone that we worked with was very accommodating and helpful. No one ever had an issue with us asking many questions. We also want to thank the BMC vendors. They were also very insightful. They didn't have to be as generous and nice to us as they were. So thank you. And thank you all for listening. If you guys have any questions, we'll be happy to answer them.
Thank you so much. Great presentation. Let me see if we have any questions. Anybody raise a hand? There's one question, Kiwi. Let me check. That's a very general questions. That probably a questions. This first portion of this question is for Donald, but let's digest the second part of the question. What do you think needs to be done now after the Control M upgrade is deployed?
Oh, sorry.
You want me to read again?
Was that for Donald or for me?
No, that's for you. The first portion of the question, that's for Donald. The second part, what do you think needs to be done now after the Control M upgrade is deployed?
Okay. Well, so now that it's deployed, it's still in dummy mode. So it's we can't fully go from 9.0 to 9.20. So it has to 9.20 has to run for a 30 to 60 day period with 9.0 running in the background, just in case if there is a failure. So it's still in the process of deploying. It's not completely finished yet.
Yeah, let me also answer this. Our maintenance schedule for May 1st got basically moved. So we didn't have a real maintenance schedule because of exigency and a decision taken by the CIO. So we did not go ahead and do the upgrade because the maintenance schedule was moved. But the key thing that we need to do is train, and Efrata was right. Not everybody knows a little piece of the whole puzzle, but this standard operating procedure and the things that you did will allow everybody to sing from the same shade of music. But the most important thing that is going to happen is we're going to transition from the infrastructure team who was handling Control M to the consumer, which is the enterprise application team. So my team will now take over once the upgrade takes over, once we deploy, and we'll manage our own destiny, so to speak, because Control M would mean that we can probably reduce the amount of babysitting that we do with the payroll process. The payroll process is very laborious and can take as long as 8 hours. So with Control M and automation, scheduler, and the errors that we have fixed, including that error code 12, what it would mean is then when Jack or Salam or Rupa, or whoever is running payroll, they can actually probably take a little bit of a break because the automatic scheduler will basically take over and send them necessary alerts so that all they have to do is watch the alerts. So they don't have to literally watch payroll run. So that's a huge enhancement in terms of productivity. So we are hoping that we will be able to get a purchase order issued to the individual or the company that will ultimately help us in the upgrade, and eventually we will transition after some training with my team. So that's the background. And Professor John and Professor Hong, I must say, the students from Georgia State are getting better each time. I've been associated since 2018, I believe. And every time I say, they blow my mind. They're getting better and better. So obviously something is happening at Georgia State. You guys are doing a great job, or probably recruiting the best and the brightest. But thank you very much. And it's been, I mean, they've been definitely value add as far as I'm concerned.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Donna. You can't have a good student without a good mentor. So that's all thanks to you, and working with them, challenging them, and pointing in the right direction. So without this great guidance, they will not be able to learn that. So they cannot learn from us. So this is nothing to do with us in the class. It's you and the people in the Fulton County.
It's a mutual collaborations.
It is, and I must give a big round of a hand to Justina, because she's been very patient. Like I say, she manages this. I sometimes wonder how she does all these projects, but she seems to have a hold on every one of them. So Justina, keep the good work going. I'm sure you need a well-deserved rest after this session is over, before you get started on the next one. But I think, I mean, this whole program has really taken off thanks to all the hard work that Justina's put in.
Yeah, yeah. When you say that, the image come to my mind is like the mother hen. It was all those little chicks running around. The mother has to chase them around, make sure they don't go. Thank you, Justina.
Putting all the puzzles together. So thank you so much. We're going to move to the next presentation, and Donald, he is a sponsor on the project as well. So Donald, I'm going to have you to present your next team. Please raise your hand. We're going to welcome ERP replacement upgrade.
Yeah, I have Chris, I have Kavit, and I have TJ. TJ is here. I don't see him.
Good afternoon.
We have one more person.
TJ. Yeah, there he is. I can see him now, or I'll see the title.
Turn your camera on, because we want to make sure that everyone is.
He's claiming his internet has died, but he's getting back on.
Okay.
A second.
Professor John and Professor Hong, you should know how much I love this program. I'm sponsoring directly 2 teams, and I've probably indirectly been on as the resident expert with some of the others. So you can see how much I love this program. I think it has added value to me and my team as much as it add value to the students.
Yeah, as we said earlier on, and there is no place they can get this experience except in real life, and you all give them a real life experience. And unfortunately for old people like me, you got that first experience on the real job and you got smacked down a whole bunch of times. But I know Justina doesn't smack them down, but I know she keeps them in line. She's rolling her eyes. Yeah, right. So gives them a chance to successfully fail, as I would say, to not do something, but let somebody like Dr. Hung said, a mentor, to bring them on. So we appreciate that.
And I think the whole response, thanks to COVID, is so different with all of us working remote. I think it's remarkable that we can continue this program as though nothing has happened. We never really met anybody in person, but yet we had this, the whole machinery keeps going on as though nothing has changed. So sometimes that itself is incredible.
Absolutely. It added probably 30% more work on me, but we were able to move the program virtually. That was incredible. Anyhow, Kevin, can you check with your teammate if he's rejoining? Because I want to make sure we are not.
Yeah, I'm resending the link to him.
We are behind the time, so I don't want to add additional. Can he join via the phone, Kevin?
Yeah,
can
he
you
says
join?
he's trying to log in through your phone, but I'm trying to find the Zoom link.
Just give him the code.
Yeah.
But you can share the screen and he can help you present.
Okay.
So having said that, the ERP is basically the heart and soul of any organization. Any organization planning is as good or as bad as the ERP goes. And this is a project that is dear to my heart because of my own personal specialization, having handled ERPs from the Oracles of the world to CGI right now, Advantage to SAP. PeopleSoft, Glovia, and so on and so forth. So this project is very important for Fulton County. It's very important for me because what we do or what we don't do can make or break our future planning for the county. And according to me, this project is too big to fail. And so we're right now at the inception stages. And so I would spend a lot of time on the planning. And both Kavin and TJ spend tremendous amount of time with me in just putting all the framework in place for this particular project. So having said that, I'd like to say that both Kavin and TJ responded extremely well with tight guidelines. They took feedback from me on the fly, and sometimes it could be contradicting. And so they were able to handle all those challenges. And also they had to interact with various team members, both on the IT side as well as non-IT side. So great job, guys, and I'll let you guys make the presentation.
Thank you very much. TJ, are you able to speak? Let's see here. Okay, should I just keep going or?
Just go ahead
Okay.
at this point. He may be halfway off to
Right.
the presentation. He will be able to.
Okay. Hello, everyone. As Donald has said, Mr. Sequoia has said, we are the ERP update or replacement team, and our project members are TJ Chen, myself, Kavin Damarthanother, and our sponsor, Donald Sequoia. Project description.
Next guy in here. So sorry. Got some internet issues.
Oh, good.
Yeah. So sorry, guys. Hope everyone's having a great day. Yeah, things happen.
It's all good. Let's move on with the presentation, okay?
Cool.
Thank you.
TJ, do you want to do these slides?
I can do the introduction. So sorry. So for our project description, Fulton County is in the process of revamping their ERP software so they can better assist the Department of Finance, purchase budget, procurement, and also technology. And for our project scope, we're looking to gather requests for information. So that includes all the info, data, comments, and reaction obtained by research from all different stakeholders. And we're looking to find the best fit ERP system that's available in the market that fits both counties' current needs and also the future needs for updates. And we're looking to gather all work and timeline involved from the transition from the existing ERP to the future, whether it be upgraded or updated ERP. And for our project description, the problem is Fulton County has been using the same operating system for the past 13 years. It's old and updated, and the efficiency kind of decreased after each update and leads to a lot of security problems and vulnerability of data. And that also really slowed down the workflow of all employees. So resolving waste of money and also resources. And for our solution, we're looking to monitor all aspects of a purchase and budget with extreme detail and accuracy, modernize the user experience, and maximize the cybersecurity features. We're also looking to streamline every area of HR operations. So from processes like transferring, onboarding, enrollment, and also donations. And we're looking to simplify electronic billing process, vendor complaint tracking, so you guys can build that long-term business relationship. And we're looking to automate and streamline financial tracking, billings, and also reporting in that one-stop type of management access. So what is a ERP software? ERP software is integrated management of all the main business processes. So it has the ability to deliver an integrated suite of business applications, and it's real-time mediated by software technology. So these are the different areas that ERP software covers. So you have the daily administration activities, financial transactions, supply chain operation, human resources, all the different commerce activity along with reporting and manufacturing. So for our approach and methodologies, we start the project off with waterfall methodologies, which means we finish tasks one by one and just waiting for our sponsors' approval and update to get to what's next. And then after we met with Professor Han, Professor Martin, we realized that's an efficient way to do projects. And so we switched over to agile methodologies, which means we can work on multiple projects, multiple tasks at once, and just having the goal of the bigger picture of the final deliverables. So the result is we're able to accelerate the process of our project delivery. We're getting things done a lot more faster, and there's no waste of time between different stages of the project. Cool. And so for our final project deliverables and accomplishment, we gathered all the inputs and user requirements from all the stakeholders in technology, purchase, budget, finance, and procurement. We gathered the RFI, request for information sheet, with prioritized skills on the different features that we needed in the future ERP software. And we have a matrix worksheet to detail every necessary steps that fits Fulton County's needs. And we have a one-page summary on the before and after of ERP improvements, so we can get internal buy-ins from the project stakeholders. And for outcomes, we're hoping the sponsor is able to use our deliverables as a list of criteria to evaluate future vendors and have a scoring scale to find the best fit, and also have a clear roadmap for our ERP guidelines and also future updates in the next decade or so.
So here we have a screenshot of one of the documents that we made, the requirements matrix. As you can see, we've had a response code section, as well as several different sections for each of the sectors that Fulton County covers, like financials, human resources, etc. And you can also see that we've had over 480 requirements listed. This was all gathered over the course of 3 or 4 weeks with correspondence from multiple emails and people all throughout Fulton County. We also assisted in the creation of the RFI document, and this would list all the requirements that the county would look for, along with the agreements of legal binding. This is also our ERP one-page slide that we made for executives to look at, so that it's a more streamlined example of what we're looking for in the next ERP to convince them to move on to our next patch of software.
Yeah, for acknowledgement, that has been such a great, wonderful experience working with you guys to learn the ins and outs of the ERP software, so we can develop as a professional. So Mr. Sikoria, Mrs. Justina, Jessica Allen, along with the help of Professor Han, Professor Martin, thank you guys so much for this great opportunities. All right, and here are some of the lessons that we learned throughout the entirety of the project. So we always want to be resourceful and pay attention in every details, and plan strategically, so you can definitely work backward and get the project done a lot faster. And always want to be agile and flexible in the entirety of the project. So if there's any unexpected events, you can handle that very quickly. Clear lines of communication is key, and documentation allow you to really get good insights of what have you done and what needs to be done in the future. And time management, right? So with yourself, when it comes to team meetings, so can really accelerate the delivery of projects. And yeah, here's a picture of us, me, Colleen, and Donald. Love the red shirt, love the big beard. So it was a great moment. Yeah. Cool. Some feedback and suggestions. So the overall program has been really great. Some feedback that we have is some of us have different skills in different areas, so that can better help with different aspects of businesses. So if in the future we're able to choose the project that we can work on rather than being randomly assigned, I feel like that would be really good. And I would say another is better process when picking up technologies and have a sponsored presentation ahead of time so students can better prepare and really manage that work-life school balance. So yeah. And here is the infographic of all the major project accomplishments. We have a project completion of 100%. We outline what we did in the month of February, March, and April. So February is more of a preparation, onboarding, getting to know the project, getting to know the scope of work. March, that's where we start doing all the work, talking to the stakeholder, getting feedback. And April is mostly for reports and summarization and just getting ready for the presentation. And yeah, that concludes everything. Thank you guys so much. Do you have any questions for us?
Thank you so much. Great presentation. I just want to mention something regarding selecting project and looking at your skills. We do look at your resume and we're matching.
Okay.
However, you don't want to be on the project with the skills that you already have it. You want to challenge yourself. You want to learn new skills, because otherwise you're going to have the same skills with what you came to the program.
Correct.
And when you're going to go to the workforce, your boss will not going to ask you, what project do you want to work on?
Yeah.
They're going to actually give you the assignment and you're going to have to step out and step in and do the job.
Yeah, for sure.
I was going to reiterate what you said, Justine. I was in the industry for over 30 years and I never once got to pick the project I was on. You're kind of, if you're available and there's a project going on, you're going to go work on it. And very, very often very often you don't have the skill sets to do it, but you're expected to learn it. Right?
Correct.
And that's the whole point of this program. We want you guys to learn and be in the real life environment and make mistakes and learn and be in the safe environment where you guys can learn and gain those skills.
Yeah, awesome.
Soft skills perspective.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Yep. Appreciate it, guys. Thank you so much.
Oh, the one thing I got to tell you, I kept them on their toes. You know, there was never a dull moment. And as Professor John, with your 30 years and mine probably close to 37 now, there's never a dull moment. And otherwise, TJ and Kevin, you'll be bored to death. So we got to challenge you. And I'm glad that you moved from waterfall to agile. That is a big step by itself.
Yeah.
There's the only constant thing in life is change. Remember that. The only constant in life is change. But you guys delivered, and I think you guys did a great job. And putting together that document of requirement itself is big because you'll help me to get all the requirements from the different stakeholders. And I can tell you, this will leave a major footprint on the kind of product that we plan to buy. And it covered literally everybody in the county. And somebody asked a question. I saw, what does ERP stand for? Obviously, enterprise resource planning. It's the heart. It's the meat of it all. And so you all were in the get-go on the inception level. So thank you very much.
Yeah, and I got to tell you, I spent a chunk of my life in ERP systems, and there's a whole industry around ERP systems that you probably weren't even really aware of, but it has the opportunity to open up all kind of other doors to you with your understanding of ERP, and not specifically about which ERP system, because there are many, but having an understanding of what ERP is and how it works is fundamental to a lot of the top 3 consulting companies. So you got a great opportunity here.
Absolutely.
Great. And I want to see if anybody has the questions for the team. If not, we're going to move to the next.
I think there's another question for the students. What was the most important thing you learned on the ERP project? This question for TJ and comment.
If they want to
I guess they don't hear, so that's fine.
Hold on one sec. Yes, we apologize. We have moved them too quickly. Happens. Kevin, and you guys can answer. You guys can speak up.
Thank you. Well, for me, I think the most valuable information was learning the value of not taking every single requirement listed as completely necessary until vetted against other requirements. When we were collecting information, that tended to be a huge problem where certain requirements were either repeated or were too small to be recognized as something that is definitely needed. So yeah, that was probably the most important one.
Yeah, for me, it's the exact same thing, right? So this because there's so much different stakeholders you have to accommodate, so you had to just take everyone's input with a grain of salt, and just really know what's important for the project and the entirety success of the company, and just work your way backward, and be a good mediator between all the stakeholders. That's what something Donald has taught me, actually.
Wonderful. Great answer. Thank you so much, gentlemen. And now we're going to move to the next team. I have the honor to welcome our new sponsor from Office of Solicitor General, Darren Smith, and he will introduce his team.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Outstanding. I bring you greetings from the Office of Solicitor General, the Honorable Keith Gamridge. My name is Darren J. Smith. I have the pleasure to serve as the CTO and the sponsor of this year's COE program. This is the solicitors, as you heard, the first time participating in the program, and I had the privilege to work with the CEO program. Did I say CEO? COE program previously. I was a part of the Fulton County Department team. It's long, it's been an afternoon, right? We've been here grueling. Good afternoon, Dr. Hong, Professor Martin. It was nice to see you all again. And at this time, I'll go ahead and introduce my entire team. I have Brian Shepard, who's the Information Systems Analyst and Project Lead for the Odyssey reporting that'll be coming after this one. Kendrick Lewis, who is our Senior Graphics Designer and Project Lead for this social media project. And last but not least, Michael Gassesi, a recent GSU graduate, CAPSTONE student, and now a proud member of the SG family in his capacity of Information Systems Analyst. We are very excited to start this year's program in this SG's office in my first 3 months being in this position. It was a hard sell to my team members, but I believe more they heard me speak about the program, the excitement that I displayed, the team finally gave in. I believe as much as the students grew through this process, but more importantly, the team grew and learned as well. I would like to thank our executive team, executive management team, Mr. Gamage, our Deputy Chief, Chief Allaby, Chief of Staff, Sierra Bickerstaff, and our Office Manager, Tamika Moses. Special thanks to the SGI team for facing the unknown, their willingness to take a blind leap of faith, but more importantly, together as a team. Many thanks to you, Justina, for your guidance and patience through the process. And thanks to our GSU participants and our extended family, Summer, Bilal, and yours truly coming up next, Florent Tabarot. I don't know if the other guys, we were going to let Brian open up with some jokes, but he said he didn't have any clean ones. So. Kendrick, are you on?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay,
you said everything. So you said everything so eloquently. So we can move right into the presentation.
All right.
So wonderful, Florent. If you don't mind sharing your screen.
All right.
Let's move towards the presentation. Good luck. I'm not sure if this is just me, but I can only see the portion of the presentation. So if you can reshare so we can see the full presentation scope.
Yeah, give me a second. Sorry.
Mm-hmm.
Can you see the whole screen now?
Fantastic. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Make sure you start from the beginning and we're good to go.
Okay. Okay, so this is for the Office of the Solicitor General Information Technology team for the social/digital media. The project lead was Kendrick Lewis, who was the senior graphic designer, and the project sponsor was Darren Smith, and the team member was myself, Florent Tavaro. Okay, starting off with the project description. So the main issue was the Fulton County Office of the Solicitor General wanted to implement a plan in order to enhance their digital footprint. For those of you that don't know, a digital footprint is the information about a particular person or organization in this matter that exists on the internet as a result of their online activity. That's especially important when it comes to government agencies. For government agencies in particular, social media accounts and serves as a source for community updates. This includes things such as news and policy changes. For the Solicitor General Office particular, it is especially important because they prosecute misdemeanor cases as well as violations, meaning that the events that are hosted by the office could be life-changing to someone who comes across a certain social media post that we make. For example, the recent record restriction event, which had the potential to expunge some records, depending on the eligibility of the person, that could have been a life-changing post that someone that would see. Starting off with the goals. So in order to fully understand what the goals were for the office of social media wise, I had to conduct a goal survey for Solicitor Keith Gamage. I used the survey in order to learn the most about our organizational objectives. These objectives are tied in with with these objectives, they had to tie in with SMART goals. And SMART is an acronym for specific, measurable, achievable, realistic, and time-based. So within each goal, I had to make sure that they went within the metrics, as well as our KPIs, which are our key performance indicators. And to measure KPIs within social media, we did it through metrics like in terms of followers, shares, comments, stuff like that. And also one of our main business objectives were to turn our constituents into advocates. Okay, here's the approaches I took in order to reach our social media plan or SMP. The social media plan is essentially a summary of everything that you intend to do and hope to achieve on social media. It guides your actions and lets you know whether you're succeeding or failing within the project. After developing the SMP, I moved on to conducting a competitive analysis, then a SWOT analysis from the competitive analysis, then an analytics report, and then finally I did some content development. Okay, starting off with the competitive analysis, it's essentially a process of identifying which competitors in our industry and researching their different marketing strategies in order for us to either combat it or do the same thing that they were doing. Typically, competitive analyses are used to pinpoint a comparison and identify the company's strengths and weaknesses relative to the competitor. As a result, I was able to accurately depict which areas were strong and formidable and which areas had room for improvement for us within the Solicitor General Office. And as you can see by the screenshot here, I did an internal as well as an external analysis. For internal, I did the district attorney and the magistrate court. External, I did the DeKalb County as well as the Cobb County Solicitor General offices to compare. Moving on to the SWOT analysis, which was conducted from the competitive analysis. It was essentially a strategic planning technique to help the organization identify our strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, as well as threats. So essentially, I use this to specifically know exactly which social media platforms we had strengths and numbers in and which platforms we needed to definitely work on. Moving on to the Hootsuite analytics. So Hootsuite is a not new, but new to me, but it was essentially a website that is mainly used to curate content and schedule posts. And I use their analytics sector to report the Fulton County Solicitor General Facebook as well as Instagram pages in order to monitor our improvements. So with this screenshot here, you can see that these are total reach and profile reach impressions dating from when we started in February all the way to the last day of April. And as you can see, we definitely made noticeable improvements. Within the Facebook impressions, we increased 59 reach impressions. And for Instagram, we increased a total of 232 from 18, which is a substantial jump. Okay, moving on to content development. So in order to accurately and timely develop our content, we had to come up with a content calendar. After developing a content calendar, the calendar was essentially had important dates throughout the month where we could post and make posts that people could gravitate towards. For example, this here is a graphic I created for Black History Month. I did it based on Malcolm X quote. So moving on to the content development process. During the process, within the process, I had to create a brief, which essentially set the tone. After creating a brief, I conducted research, then I created a design, then I sent it over to the senior graphic designer, Kendrick Lewis, to get feedback. From then on, I had to understand brand as well as the brand style guide. A brand is a sum total of how someone perceives a particular organization, and a style guide is an instruction manual on how that particular brand should be communicated. So things included within a brand style guide include logo, color palette, typography, imagery, and voice. So all these things need to be within brand in order to accurately show what an organization stands for. Okay, moving on to more content development. These are two graphics which I created, one within Canva, another one Kendrick helped me with in Photoshop. So right here, just a quick little summary as to why I did the certain things that I did within these two graphics. And I had to learn color theory as well as color psychology in order to create things that, you know, wanted to showcase what we wanted to represent. So just like a quick rundown, I vividly remember Justina liked this graphic when I first made it for International Women's Day. So yeah, this was the word graphic that I created. The pink women icon, purple represented superiority, blue represented sophistication, so on and so forth. So this just goes to show that everything within a graphic actually means something. These aren't just things that are just thrown together. As far as project accomplishments, I established the social media plan. I did a competitive analysis. I did a Hootsuite metrics report, and I created compelling content that aligned with our organizational objectives. Okay, showing here, this is the infographic. Just a quick rundown. February, I had to identify the objectives. March, I started developing elements about brand and started doing more research. In April, I did more analytics and monitoring. As part of the project summary, this is essentially the scope. I had to research and implement a social media plan for the Solicitor General Office. And as far as the next steps, this is there was no real like set final deliverable due to this particular social media project being a work in progress. As far as lessons learned, there were some soft skills as well as some technical skills. Soft skills, I learned that as always okay to ask questions, never be afraid to speak up, the importance of communication and communicating with everyone, and also the importance of flexibility. Moving on to technical skills, I learned how to use Adobe Photoshop, Adobe Illustrator, Canva, Trello, as well as Hootsuite. All right, any questions?
Let's open for questions. Let's see if we have a question from the audience. Anybody raise their hand? And there's a comment that you also created a logo for your teammates.
Oh yes, I helped the Odyssey Report team create their logo, and they were pretty fond of it. So
Florent, I have a question for you.
Yes.
When you have learned this psychology behind the colors, and How are your perspective now when you're looking at the digital media? Do you have a different perspective now?
Yeah, I have a newfound respect for digital media because from the outside looking in, it just looks like, oh, someone just put things together. But actually going in and doing the entire process, I learned that it's actually a lot of work that goes into it. Like every little detail matters within a graphic, from the typography, from the color they use, from the font, every little thing matters. So now I have a newfound respect for digital media, like as an entirety.
And Justin, if I may add, Florence did an outstanding job. This was a little bit different in terms of scope of work from our, normal analytics and IT projects for him as well as the team. However, and challenging not being on site. He did come on site a couple of times with us, but it was a great advancement in terms of what our current footprint is as the Solicitor General's office. And we hope that Dr. Hong and Professor Martin get him a scholarship for a graduate program so we can bring him in for a second semester to continue his great works. But he did an outstanding job.
Thank you.
Great job. Thank you so much. Now we're going to move to the next team. And Brian, would you like to introduce your team?
Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. Trying to follow up Darren's eloquent opening. I just want to thank Samer and Bilal for allowing us the opportunity to teach and mentor them with this particular project. Of course, in the beginning, there was some apprehension because this is the maiden voyage for us, for this office, but they hit all their strides, just flying colors as far as learning and making this project come to fruition. So we definitely want to thank assistance from Justina, from Michael Lane, from Matthew Sangren, from Terrence Harris, and anyone else that participated and helped us. So without further ado, we have Samer and Bilal for the Solicitor General Honesty Report.
All right, guys, bear with us. We know we're the final team and you guys want to leave as soon as you can, but I'm not going to knock it out and we should not disappoint. All right, Bilal, you want to go ahead and start?
Yep, I'll start. All right, welcome everybody. This is the Solicitor General Odyssey Report Creation team. My team consists of me, Bilal Ahmed, and my partner, Samer Narai. We had the pleasure to work with our sponsors, Darren Smith and Brian Shepard, for the Honorable Keith E. Gamish. Next slide, please. So our deliverable was to assist the Solicitor General's office in creating an online dashboard using automated scripts for the visualization of the data from the quarterly reports on a daily basis. So the project scope was to break down the data from a monthly to a daily basis that was given to us by our sponsors. We also were to visualize that broken down data in a presentable format. We were also to eliminate the process, the manual process of inputting the data every day and visualizing it on Tableau. By automating that process, it would save them time, let's say 5 minutes per day, that would take them to input the data and then update it in the report. That would be done by automating the data input process and the data visualization process from the reports. So our project timeline consisted of 5 stages. Our first stage, it was the identifying the deliverable stage. In this stage, we communicated with our sponsors to identify the tasks and deliverables we needed to get done throughout the project. My partner Samer would go into the office on site to communicate with the sponsor directly to see what kind of tasks and deliverables we needed to meet. In stage 2, we assessed the issues and risks associated with the project and tried to figure out ways to mitigate those risks and any other skills or software that we needed to learn or any additional training that we needed. In the third stage, it was our development stage. In this stage, we worked on the project. We got Tableau training. We also learned how to code on SQL. made SQL scripts for our second part of the project, which Summer is going to talk about later. And we use Tableau to visualize the data as talked about it earlier on the dashboard. In stage 4, this was our testing stage. In this stage, we created a prototype solution for our a prototype solution, and we sent it to our sponsors for feedback to change it or discard it accordingly. And in our final stage, the production stage, we created our final deliverable on the Tableau dashboard. We visualized it, and we used SQL to create automated scripts for the desired deliverable. And this was our final deliverable project. The importance of data visualization. So as humans, we tend to learn visually in a pictorial form, like data sets such as trends, patterns, and outliers are presented better in the form of charts, such as bar charts, as stated on this picture. In the first quarter, you can see the first 3 months, they have the same trend similar to the year prior, 2021. So the question comes to mind is the weather affecting the data? Because in the beginning of the year, it's a little colder. So are the numbers affected by the cold? And is it gonna like decrease the same as last year just because of the weather? Why does Q1 have a similar trend? So like we can use the charts as a form of forecasting in this year as compared to the prior year as we look at the charts. Do we expect similar results based on the trend? So yeah, we can forecast using the visualization in this picture and determine if possibly it's going to be the same as last year. So our phase 1 consisted of Tableau visualization. We were given a data set as stated in this picture. We broke it down from a monthly to a daily basis and visualized it on Tableau. This is the before picture that the data was given to us in an Excel format. This was the chart on the Excel sheet, and this was after we visualized it on Tableau. So the data set consisted of these variables. The SG intake was the raw number of cases, the cases created or initiated that came into the office. The cases filed were the cases that the office decided to take, and the cases entered were moved on, not on docket, and the victim served, as stated on the chart. That was also another representation of the case not on docket. This is a daily breakdown of the data set, and it's just visualized in a 1-month format, a 4-week format, and in a line graph form. This is also another visualization of the data, but in a bar graph form. This is on a month-by-month basis of the first quarter. Now I'm going to pass it off to my partner, Samer.
All right, so I'm going to be talking more about phase 2, which was the online dashboard using Microsoft SQL and Tableau Prep. So our goal was to create an online dashboard that automates and updates the data that we receive on a daily basis. So as Bilal was mentioning, those data were raw data that was manually taken from our sponsors. Those data come from Odyssey Report, which is a software that they use in the Solicitor General's office that they use for, file creation, file lookups and other stuff like that. So we created 2 different types of dashboards, one being on Tableau Prep, which requires Tableau accounts. We realized that not everyone does have a Tableau account. So we also, with the help of Michael Lane, created a Socrata dashboard, which is accessible with your Fulton County login. This is just a quick screenshot of some of the coding scripts that we use for Microsoft SQL. And this is the Tableau Prep dashboard. You guys can see that just clicking that link, it takes you to this page right here. If you were to click the final link, it will show you the data sets being updated and generating every day and continuously for every month of the year. We also have an error checking link. So if you were to click the error checking link, we have it. So if it is blank, that means there is no errors. If there is any data or any visualized data, that means there is something wrong and we need to go back and check, what is happening. This is a quick screenshot of the data visualized in Tableau Prep. As we can see, the numbers are a bit off. We can see, some dates are missing, some, months are missing. The reason why is we had this code scripted in the test servers. The test servers don't have the up-to-date numbers or auto-generating every day. So once we move that test server into production or development, we expect to see these graphs updating every day, being visualized every day. This is also the same thing, but on a different dashboard called Socrata. And that brings us to next steps, which is our phase 3. I already mentioned and highlighted that we were using it in the test servers. Once hopefully we can get it to the production server or the development servers to see the data is being generated every day. As mentioned, test servers. And then we want to do, for our next steps, we wanted to edit to have it as a read-only access for users. Currently, it is programmed where if I were to give anyone the link, they would have access to edit it and on their free will. And obviously, we don't want that to happen on accident. We also want to utilize the data to create comparisons. We already showed you guys a comparison of 2021 data versus 2022 data, but that was on Tableau. So we want the scripts to program themselves to create those comparisons in the future. I'm going to briefly talk about some lessons learned. Technical skills were Tableau, Tableau Prep, Microsoft SQL, Microsoft Excel. Some organization skills, we after going through a program, we realized, once we were going to the office, we were, dressing professionally, we were conducting ourselves in a professional manner as we were representing Fulton County as employees, not just Capstone students. We noticed our vocabulary in the office was changing, our behavior was changing, and we were ready for challenges. Teamwork, we were assisting each other. It wasn't much of, Brian and Darren were our sponsors. They tell us to do this, and Bilal and I do it. It was more, us gathering as a group, discussing what our best approach is, taking feedback from one another. I know it was our first time for both Bilal and I, and our sponsors when working on a project. So that helped that a lot. Social learning, as I mentioned, and also networking. Our other Capstone student, Florent, that was just presented before us, was really helpful for helping us create our logo that you guys can see on the top right. And we also were communicating proficiently through emails. I know everyone mentioned those emails from Justina, those emails from Jessica that, it should keep us on track. So we also took some skills and lessons about, how to email with each other professionally. Those signatures that we had to create earlier in the semester, how important that can be in a work environment. Online meetings, how you have to be on time, someone has to host it, how to create those online meetings as well, and texting, keeping that constant communication, and as mentioned earlier, time. This is our infographic. I want to just highlight the main part, which is our completion. We have the project 85% completed, and our next step is just 15%. That 15% being is moving that moving out of the test servers into the development servers and production servers, and see if the return data is accurate and working. These are some memories that we created throughout the semester. The team was honored to be sworn in by the judge and solicitor Keith Gamage right there. And we also partaked in some community service, as Florent was mentioning, the record expungement. I had the pleasure to be there and help out the team. And luckily for me, I got the pleasure to meet Senator Warnock. And I know Darren would have killed me if I did not get this picture. So I got the picture. It's right here. You're welcome, Darren. I also want to take this time for special acknowledgements for both our sponsors, Darren and Brian, but also Miss Justina. You've been wonderful this semester. All three of you have been like our mentors throughout the program, and we appreciate you guys. Also, we want to take a special moment to thank Terrence Harris for helping us with the coding and the SQL scripts. Michael Lane, I cannot thank Michael enough for how much work he did for us, how much help he did. Those, 4-hour, 5-hour meetings in Zoom, just sitting there. I know just, hates us for that, but, it all worked out at the end. So thank you for Michael Gassesi, who helped out with the coding scripts as well, and Kendrick and Florent, who helped out create our logo as well. And that concludes our project. And for all the students that are still remaining, I want to say congratulations and happy graduation.
Thank you, guys. It was a pleasure working with you. We not only consider you guys mentees, but we consider you guys friends now. So whenever you guys need any help, any assistance, or just want to talk, you have our number and we are always available.
For sure.
Once again, I'd like to go ahead and elicit that sponsorship of that $3.5 million to the graduate students. And so we can bring them on to the second phase of that. But they've been a delight to work with. We had a great opportunity. And like I said, 3 months of me coming on in this position, I was so eager to get this program started, even before I physically was coming into the office. So I also just want to extend a thank you to the project leads, Brian and Kendrick, for accepting the challenge and stepping up. I think that also, as the opportunity for the students to grow, once again, we grew as a team, as future leaders and current leaders. So thank you all for the gifts that you gave us.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Great presentation. And once again, thank you, Kendrick, Brian, and of course, Darren, for taking this initiative on your shoulder. And you guys did a great job. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
So let's see if we have any questions. Raise your hand as an attendee or put a question via the chat. Do you have any questions? And just say great job, great job.
Thank you, guys.
I'm going to ask one questions, and meanwhile, I will be sending the link for the best presentation. If you guys can share with us, what was your biggest challenge?
I can go ahead and answer this question. So our biggest challenge for us was 2 things, I would say. First was time, and second was going beyond what our expectations were. Time being, Bilal was taking 5 classes a semester, his schedule was booked the whole weekdays, and Bilal and I didn't have much, time to interact with each other throughout the weekdays. So our weekends were booked to, meet with each other, discuss, what happened throughout the week, what I learned from the sponsors while I was, in the office learning as well. I was also, conveying those learning experiences to Bilal throughout the weekend. And another thing was challenge. When we first started, we did not expect to be, coding Microsoft SQL to create an online dashboard. We thought the online dashboard was going to be given to us and we're just going to be editing it. But later on, we found out that that's something that we are going to be have to doing. So going, learning with Michael, learning through e-learning, going online and looking up for resources to, get the codes correct, debugging the code, make sure the return values are correct and accurate. That was a huge challenge for us. And it might seem like a couple words, but that was like around a month that took us to complete that part.
Definitely. And how awesome is to come to the training session to be prepared and do some work on your own, correct?
Yes.
So great job. Thank you so much. I appreciate you and kudos.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I have sent the link to everyone to vote for the best presentation. I'm also going to put the link via the chat. I'm going to announce at 4:30. So just put the link as well here in the chat so you guys can vote.
I feel like American Idol here. I need some numbers. Vote for our team, right?
Yeah, 10 minutes. And now I have a pleasure. I have invited a special guest, Jessica Corbett. She's our director for the external affair, and she will share a few words.
I'm really fine with you guys not looking at me, but good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jessica Corbett, and as Justina mentioned, my title at Fulton County is Director of External Affairs. And my team here is responsible for communications. That includes digital communications. We manage the content on the Fulton County website. We handle social media. We are responsible for the county's branding and that kind of thing. But really, I'm here today because I want to support Justina, who I think has done tremendous work, and my colleagues across the county. I have worked here at Fulton County since I was not much older than many of you. I was 26 when I started working here, and have spent really most of my adult life, because I'm a lot more than 26 now, working here at Fulton County. And I wanted to just make a quick pitch of my own for any of you who are entering the workforce, that you may be interested in working in public service. I heard Florent, I wanted to like reach through my screen and give you a high five when you were talking about your brand standards and your color theory and all of those things. That is so important in communication and in our work. In the last presentation, Samir was talking about this expectation that like, oh, well, we're going to have this tool, and then, oh, snap, we're going to have to build this tool from scratch. And that kind of challenge, that opportunity to kind of dig into a challenge and get in up to your elbows and really solve important problems, that is why I still love this work after 2 decades here. And I really think it's just something that I hope some of you will consider. There is, I know that, look, all of it, I have a child about to enter college. I'm encouraging her to certainly get paid for her talent, but I also want her to have work that motivates her, inspires her, and makes an impact. So I wanted to encourage any of you who might be interested in, again, a public service career, whether at Fulton County or somewhere else, that I'm going to put my email in the chat. And if you're interested in talking about that, I'm always more than glad to talk about it. When we think about the big issues that affect us as a society, things like elections, the justice system, healthcare, I saw so much today that, you know, data visualization was so important when we were making decisions over the last 2 years during our COVID response. Where do people have COVID? What are the COVID rates? Where are heat maps? How can we get more data to do modeling to make more decisions? Everything you just talked about is what literally saved our community over the last 2 years. You know, I'm so glad that you guys some of you got to attend the Record Restriction Summit, because those kinds of public service opportunities are really what this is all about. You know, you have a person who's been arrested but not convicted of a crime. That prevents them from all kinds of opportunities in their life. At an event like that, I met a teacher who had an arrest that did not result in a conviction. And after getting that removed from her record, she was able to go back into the classroom. So you think about how important those kinds of activities are. So I just wanted to say your work really matters. You have talent that the world needs right now. I'm so glad that even if for a moment that you spent some of your time here with us here at Fulton County, and I hope that some of you may want to consider joining our team in the future. So congratulations to all of you. Thank you for all of your service and wishing you all the best of luck.
Thank you so much, Jessica. You always have the words of wisdom.
And Justina, thank you for allowing me to be with you this afternoon.
You're welcome. It was a pleasure. Thank you so much. On that note, I'm going to thank everyone for the participation. Thank you to all the sponsor, clients, students for being here. I wouldn't be able to do this without you. This is a mutual win-win, and I am so, so proud of you. Please stay in touch. Please let me know what is happening within your life. But now we're going to go over some offboarding points. So please, Chris, stop the recording. And I mean the streaming on YouTube. Thank you so much.
Could we take a picture, Google Pictures here?
Yes, we're gonna promote, we're gonna do